Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. Chapter 2878 Blood Pool. 900 Suns candidates had just killed their way out of heavy encirclement and were currently fired up with boundless enthusiasm. In the blink, they were gone. Impressive. Really impressive. Is this guy insane? Doesn't he know that once these 100 Suns candidates get a spot, it's equivalent to being protected by the Blood G.O.D. Temple and having a death exemption gold token? It's going to blow up big this time. The Blood G.O.D. Temple probably won't be willing to drop the matter. TSK. This kind of thing is really the first time in the history of the 100 Suns selection. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's shocking action. These candidates had already gotten a spot. It was equivalent to being the Blood G.O.D. Temple's disciples. But Yi Yuan actually killed all of them. Then, could Bloodsword not stop Yi Yuan? Of course he could. But he did not. Bloodsword smiled coldly and said, "Boy, you're really arrogant until the horizon. But this time, this seat wants to see who can save you." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Bloodsword and said disdainfully, "Put away your little petty tricks. You're unable to understand the world of the strong. If these trash go to the Blood G.O.D. Temple, they will merely make a fool of themselves. It's enough for Giant Net City to have me alone." Well said. A figure stepped out into the air. His aura was actually a little more powerful than Bloodsword 2 people. But Bloodsword's expressions changed drastically. He thought that Lord Blood Envoy would punish Yi Yuan severely. Who knew that he actually said, "Well said." Blood Envoy looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes making no effort to hide the admiration in the slightest as he said, "Boy, this seat likes you very much." With one sentence it shocked everyone again. Blood Envoy looked at Bloodsword and said coolly, "Bloodsword, you disappoint this envoy greatly. The improvement in cultivation realm has already made you lose your original heart. Back then, you came from the 100 Suns too. At that time, you were decisive in going for the kill and was also extremely stunning. But the sharp edge on you has been ground flat. Have you forgotten our blood race's original intention of choosing the 100 Suns?" His gaze swept over the faces of Yang Qing and the others, and he said in a solemn voice, "My blood race isn't afraid of death. What we're afraid of is that you're not strong enough. Only the strong have the right to survive. Weaklings can only be eliminated. Bloodazur's talent is the strongest that this seat has seen. Do you think that this seat will punish Blood Azure for a group of useless trash? Ridiculous." What he said was right. It's sufficient for Giant Net City to have him alone. The whole place was silent. Many people lowered their heads in shame. Bloodsword's old face felt even more ashamed. Where was the agreed-upon face-slapping? Why did he get slapped? But Yang Qing laughed wildly in his heart when he heard it. Where did this moron come from? Was it really alright for you to support that guy like that? When you all discover that the one that you all were supporting was actually a human, would you go berserk at that time or not? Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Yang Qing was currently very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Yi Yuan, this fellow was too capable at causing trouble. Alright. Since the selection is already done, the 11 of you head to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City with this seat then. Arriving at Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, even if it was Yi Yuan, he was also amazed by it. This city was really too big and too grand. He could feel that the city walls were made of extremely high-quality treasures, giving off waves of extremely terrifying auras. Although Yi Yuan could not feel the array formation in the city, he felt that this city absolutely had an extremely terrifying destructive power. South Qi Giant City was utterly not worth mentioning in front of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. This Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City was probably built by the blood race pouring their power in. Even if a hegemon realm came, it was likely very hard to conquer this city too. Lord Owlfly, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City seems to be a little different. Yi Yuan pretended to be curious. These 100 Sons candidates were all like country BU. Mpkins entering a city for the first time too. They were naturally deeply shocked by the grandeur of Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City too. Therefore, upon Yi Yuan asking, they all immediately perked their ears to listen. Owlfly said coolly, "You just know that even if a hegemon realm came to this city, they will have to die with regrets too. No need to ask about the rest. This is our blood race's secret. When your cultivation realm is up to par, you'll naturally know." When Yi Yuan heard, his heart turned slightly cold. Indeed, as expected. However, this was pretty good news too. If one day some hegemon realm went crazy and ran over to attack Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, then they would really suffer a cataclysmic disaster. Although the blood race did not understand formation Dao, there must be some hidden means too. It was just that the blood race was too mysterious. Many things were not known by outsiders. Alright. After entering the city, don't run around. Some places are not where you guys can go. I'll order someone to explain this to you. You all are powerhouses who killed your way out of tens of thousands of people and are all seated candidates for the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons too. As a reward, you all can enter the Heaven Absolute Blood Pool and cultivate for 10 days. As for how much improvement you can make, that will depend on your potential. Blood Envoy Owlfly said. The blood race had a very superficial understanding of alchemy Dao. But they similarly had their own cultivation method. Blood pools were one of them. The blood race studied blood extremely deeply. Devouring blood was just the most primitive method. The blood race had a profession called Blood Medicine Master. Like heavenly alchemists, they would use some secret techniques to mix with blood, letting the blood unleash very miraculous power for the clansmen to absorb. The blood race would create blood pools and pour these formulated blood in, which would be the blood pools. However, this kind of method was extremely bloody. The construction of blood pools required extremely terrifying amounts of blood. They occupied 2 continents. All races were enslaved by them. Hence, the blood race slaughtered construct powerhouses to build one blood pool after another. The sins that they had committed were too numerous to be recorded. There was a blood pool in Giant Net City too. But, compared to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, it naturally could not be mentioned in the same breath. Furthermore, Yi Yuan knew that the blood race's best blood pool was in the Blood G.O.D. Temple. The final reward of the Saint Sovereign 100 Sons was to enter the Blood G.O.D. Temple's blood pool. This was absolutely a huge reward to the Bloodkins. When these Saint Sovereign 100 Sons entered, it would even let them undergo a transformation to remold themselves thoroughly. Watching Yi Yuan and the others enter the blood pool, the corners of Owlfly's mouth curled slightly. With this boy's character, he would probably cause a huge wave again after entering the blood pool, right? However, the more trouble he caused, the better. Otherwise, how would it show this seat's prowess? Blood envoys monitored the world. But he, this blood envoy, was just monitoring a measly little Heaven 1 continent. Thundercry continent and Lasting Wind continent's blood envoys were the real people in power. Saint Sovereign 100 Sons actually had little to do with Heaven 1 continent. It was because the people that Owlfly brought over every time were basically all cannon fodder characters. Lasting Wind continent and Thundercry continent had 99 Blood Emperor level cities respectively. There were 3 great blood envoys. Of the 7 great envoys, he was getting along the most poorly. But this time, Yi Yuan made his eyes lit up. This boy was not a well-known figure, but he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Furthermore, he was very optimistic about Yang Qing's strength too. 2 blood azures, this was his capital to win back face. This time, it was finally your father's turn to turn things around, right? Chapter 2879 Kill Them All. Chapter 2879 Kill Them All. Lasting Wind and Thunder Cry, 2 continents, both had 99 Blood Emperor level cities. 10 people each city, there would be 2,100 Suns candidate. But there were only 99 positions in the blood pool. These 2,000 people sharing 99 positions were naturally not enough. Therefore, they could only SNATCH. These 99 positions naturally all had people occupying them. The lower the number, the higher the concentration of the blood medicine. 100 Suns candidates, each person had 10 days of cultivation opportunity. But actually, the vast majority could not get 10 days. Wanting to cultivate in the blood pool, they would have to challenge one of them. The victor only had 1 day of cultivation time. The loser, bye-bye. Losers were not allowed to challenge a second time. 1 day later, that number would accept other people's challenges again. Yi Yuan handed his wooden card to the manager, and it just happened to be seen by 100 Suns candidate beside him, immediately attracting a series of ridicules. TCH, Giant Net City, a bunch of cannon fodders also dare to come to the blood pool to cultivate. Hey, kid, don't you know that a trash from Heaven 1 continent isn't allowed to enter the blood pool? The one who spoke was a youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape. The moment these words came out, a group of amused looks immediately cast over from all around. Yi Yuan was taken aback when he heard that. It seemed like there was really only him entering the blood pool. What is going on? Is Heaven 1 continent such a failure? This matter was Yi Yuan who was ignorant and ill-informed. The other cities' people all knew about this, but Yi Yuan had zero communication with those people on the whole journey. There was naturally no one who told him about this. It was not that Yi Yuan pretended to be proud and cold, but that the matter of him slaughtering off a Pa's Sageway had already spread out. Those people all feared him like a tiger. In reality, the 100 Suns candidates from Heaven 1 continent would never step into the blood pool. This was because that was only asking for trouble. In the course of time, no one went anymore. Heaven 1 continent rarely had someone who could enter the ranks of the 100 Suns. Even if one occasionally entered, they would also be ranked at the bottom. At first, they naturally wanted to enter the blood pool to cultivate too. However, they were beaten each time until they had to search the ground for their teeth, or even straight up ended up dead. There was naturally no one who dared to come anymore. Therefore, the blood pool had an unwritten rule: those from Heaven 1 continent were not allowed to enter. Of course, this was the agreement among the 100 Suns. The officials naturally still acknowledged their ident. 1 ties. It was just that they looked down on Heaven 1 continent. Why was there such a situation? Actually, Heaven 1 continent's bloodkins were basically all immigrant. The earliest immigrants were all the weakest batch in the blood race. These people were merely cannon fodders, specifically used to deliver to death. The blood race used these people to whittle away the cities under the absolute heaven barrier. Either way, if these people died, there would be no heartache either. But without a doubt, Heaven 1 continent's bloodkins were the weakest in the blood race. Of course, Heaven 1 continent had true elites too. The 100,000-strong army that was destroyed by South Chi Giant City, as well as that army that sneak-attacked Northern View City back then, were elites. However, these two armies had completely sucked. Bed at Yi Yuan's hands. It was also precisely because of this that the blood race's G's would be so furious, insisting on killing Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan did not know what was going on, he understood very quickly. Fly deliberately did not say anything. It was in order to let him come and make trouble. That guy knew that he was strong, so Fly specifically let him come and slap faces. This guy is really wicked. Isn't he afraid of him? Suck. Bing here? However, slap faces it is then. After I push you up to the sky and then tell you that I'm a human, would you vomit blood on the spot or not? I really didn't know this. Brother, can you teach me or not? Yi Yuan said with a smile. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a sneer, Brother? Are you worthy to? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, you're going to get it. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said with a smile, I'm a 100 Suns candidate. With an ident. 1. Tai token, I naturally have the right to challenge the people in the blood pool. You don't have the right to make me go out. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said with a snicker, Whoa! 100 Suns candidate, what a scary tlee. Ah. He said that he's a candidate for the 100 Suns. Are you all afraid or not? There were immediately people who started kicking up a row all around. Scared. Scared to death. These people, are all not 100 Suns candidates. Is heaven one continent, that place full of powerhouses? Are they all very formidable? I wonder if those powerhouses in the blood pool are a match for the heaven one continent expert or not. These people completely looked down on heaven one continent, their words being very nasty. The youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape said disdainfully, Boy, you might not know, those able to enter the blood pool to cultivate, all have hope of becoming Saint Sovereign 100 Suns in the end. And you all who came from heaven one continent are all cannon fodders. Do you understand what's called cannon fodder? Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and get lost. Once you choose to challenge the powerhouses in the blood pool, you'll die very horribly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Is that so? I'm so scared. This lord, I wonder if when it's my turn to challenge, can I make everyone in the blood pool get lost? By the side, that half-step Emperor Realm Manager could not help being stupefied. All get lost? What was the meaning of this? Challenging all of them. If I kill them all, I should be able to enjoy the blood pool all by myself, right? Yi Yuan saw that the manager was confused and asked. The manager was stupefied again, his mind somewhat unable to wrap itself around that. Kill them all? This fool, where did this guy appear from? Hoo, little fellow, do you know who are cultivating in the blood pool? The manager could not help laughing as he said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, Who they are have nothing to do with me, because they will become dead people very soon. When the youth whose mouth stuck out and had a chin like an ape's heard that, he laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha! Awesome! Heaven one continent really produced a formidable character. Then you remember well. I'm called Blue Blood. When you challenge, remember to call me along. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If you want to court death, I naturally won't stop you. The slot for challenging only had 99 people every day. Yi Yuan just handed his ident. 1. Tai token over. He naturally had to wait in line. His time to challenge was 2 days later. Yi Yuan's words instantly caused an uproar in the entire blood pool. They had seen before morons, but they had never met anyone so moronic. What is this place? Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up too. Do you know how many powerhouses were here? You boasted so shamelessly and actually wanted to kill everyone in the blood pool. Are you crazy? Why did an idiot come from heaven one continent? Apart from producing fools, what else can that forsaken place produce? The 10 seeds this year. There are 7 who are cultivating in the blood pool. This kid has gone nuts to actually want to kill them all. TSK, really looking forward to it. 2 days. 2 days later, we'll naturally know. Everyone used sympathetic gazes to look at Yi Yuan. They already determined that Yi Yuan was a fool. If he was not a fool, how could he say such stupid words? The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, No need to kill everyone. You just have to defeat everyone, and this blood pool will naturally be yours alone. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, What's the point in defeating? It's naturally directly killing. Chapter 2880 Aren't you all attacking together? Chapter 2880 Aren't you all attacking together? The next day, it was Blue Blood's turn to challenge. He directly challenged the number 7 blood pool's powerhouse. This action also caused a stir in the blood pool. Before this, Blue Blood was invincible. No one expected that he would be so strong. The number 1 blood pool was one of the 10 great seeded candidates. To dare challenge this position, blue blood's strength naturally went without saying. However, no one expected that blue blood actually won. Won beautifully. Everyone could also see that this blue blood was actually still holding strength in reserve. This guy was absolutely a major dark horse. In the 100 Suns battle this time, blue blood was very likely to make it into the top 10. All of a sudden, blue blood became Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's man of the hour. Before entering the blood pool, blue blood specially came before Yi Yuan and said smugly, "Powerhouse from Heaven 1 continent, I welcome you to challenge me tomorrow. Remember, I'm at the number 7 blood pool." Yi Yuan had always been at the martial arena. He had also seen this battle. Blue blood's strength was indeed very strong. Reaching Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, the strengths of these contestants were more than a level stronger than those in Giant Net City. Yi Yuan could also tell that these 100 Suns candidates hanging around in the blood pool, their strength was actually about the same level. They had virtually already reached the limits that Saint Sovereign Heaven could reach. Compared to those in the extreme medicine sect in the same rank, the blood race was significantly stronger. However, Yi Yuan was far from concerned. With his bloodline breaking through, his strength had long already broken through the limits of Saint Sovereign Heaven. Coupled with the effect of the power of blessing, he was virtually invincible in battle. Even if the current Yi Yuan faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, he could also cut him down. These blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens all had the strength to jump a major realm and fight. But, if they faced off against a middle true Sovereign Heaven, it would be certain death. Not everyone was as monstrous as Yi Yuan. You are not worthy yet. Facing Blue Blood's provocation, Yi Yuan turned his nose up at him. Hoo-hoo, you can go ahead and posture now. I hope that you won't be scared when it's time to challenge tomorrow. Blue Blood said with a sneer. The current Yi Yuan had long already become a laughingstock of the blood pool. He wanted to challenge everyone in the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in the history of the blood race. And body possessed the strength to defeat 100 same-rank geniuses in Saint Sovereign Heaven. Furthermore, these 100 geniuses were all the strongest in the blood races Saint Sovereign Heaven. On the following day, the challenges in the blood pool continued without any break. Many dark horses rose to prominence one after another. But no one was as stunning as Blue Blood. Finally, it was the third day. It was Yi Yuan's turn to challenge. Many people gathered around, pouring ridicule on him again. Hey, Heaven 1 continent's expert, it's your turn to challenge. You said before that you wanted to challenge all the geniuses in the blood pool. You mustn't be scared at this time. Your luck is pretty good. Bloodage already maxed out the 10 days and already came out of the blood pool. Otherwise, you can still challenge him. Go up there and do it, don't be scared. Big shot, hurry up and knock them all down. I want to carry your shoes for you. Yi Yuan had not taken the stage yet, and a series of guffaws already came from all around. The geniuses present were all very proud, so they never disdained to take somebody to the task. They had always had the heart that yearned for number 1 but would never say that I was going to sweep all of you away. No one dared to say so. Bloodage was the publicly recognized strongest person in this period. If Yi Yuan just challenged him, it would not be to such an extent of making people ridicule him like so. But, to challenge everyone, that was too stupid. Therefore, Yi Yuan became an out-and-out clown in their eyes. The manager looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Expert from the Heaven 1 continent, are you still insisting on challenging everyone?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Call them over and end the fight swiftly. I still have to cultivate." The manager was stupefied. Clearly, he did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to accept it. He was just throwing in a word or two of derision earlier. Could it be that this guy was really tired of living? In a certain hidden S.P. Several big shots were currently paying attention to the situation in the blood pool. "I'll fly, he's your trump card this time? No matter how I look, he seems like a fool too. Hoo, could it be that this kid thinks that this place is heaven one continent? He just killed a few fools. Does he really think that he's invincible in the same rank? Even if he's really invincible in the same rank and body dares to be so arrogant either, right?" The 7 great blood envoys were shockingly present. The other 6 people mocked "I'll fly." They had already heard about Yi Yuan's performance on Heaven One continent. It was just that in their view, what was killing a bunch of trash worth being smug about? They were all too clear about the strength of the Saint's sovereign 100 sons, because each period's Saint's sovereign 100 sons were led by them. And among them, there were quite a few people who were former Saint's sovereign 100 sons too. Why did the blood race attach so much importance to the Battle of 100 Sons? It was because the chances of powerhouses being born among the 100 sons were very high. The Saint's sovereign 100 sons from several thousand years ago were presently long already big-shot characters who could take charge as chief at a front. There were even some who already broke through to hegemon realm. Each period's Battle of 100 Sons was conducted every 10 years. It could be said to be the cradle of the blood race's reserve powerhouses. And these blood envoys, the blood God temple would also give a certain reward to the powerhouses that they brought out. It was just that Alfly had never gotten these rewards before. Facing the other 6 blood envoys' mockery, Alfly did not care and just said with a smile, "Young people can't be taken seriously when showing off momentary bravery. We all just have to watch the show properly." A blood envoy said with a cold smile, "Alfly, don't think that we don't know what you have in mind. Finally managed to get a card and you want to sweep away our faces, right? It's just that if we extend our faces over, do you dare to hit? Who descend into the blood pool, how much strength to exert, they all had a score in their hearts." The Battle of the Blood Pool was actually the preview of the Battle of the 100 Sons, and Alfly had never won before, so his goal was not hard to guess. In the martial arena, 99 genius martial artists were staring at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. This guy was absolutely a madman. "Minwen, go and take care of him. He's purely wasting our time." The one who spoke was precisely the number 1 blood pool's genius, Bloodrain. After Bloodage left, he moved from position 2 to position 1. Now, he was the strongest one among these 99 people. As for Minwen, he was merely Bloodrain's lackey. Bloodrain completely looked down on Yi Yuan and could not be bothered to take action to deal with him. It was a waste of time. When Minwen heard the command, he rushed straight for Yi Yuan. "Hang on," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Bloodrain smiled coldly and said, "Scared? Sorry, it's too late." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "You guys sure that you're not attacking together? I gave you all the chance. In a while, you guys won't even have time to regret it." Everyone exchanged glances first. Following that, it was hooting peals of laughter. Attack together? Just to deal with an upper Saint Sovereign Heaven? Hoo, you have to know, our opponents were basically all true Sovereign Heavens. Hoo, punk, get through me first before posturing. Minwen rushed toward Yi Yuan with a big laugh. Bang! A large blood-colored hand suddenly appeared from the void. A palm smacked down and Minwen directly turned to ashes. "Amen, I'm considered to have gotten through, right? Are you all sure that you want to come one by one?" Yi Yuan's eyes swept over everyone's faces, his gaze full of ridicule. Chapter 2881 The Blood Race is full of treasures. Chapter 2881 The Blood Race is full of treasures. Yi Yuan slowly walked into the center of the group, not taking those so-called powerhouses seriously at all. That slap earlier had cowed everyone. Very strong. Although Minwen's strength was not top-notch, they absolutely could not smack him to death so casually. "Bodies coming?" Then I'm coming. Yi Yuan did not talk rubbish, Russ. Hi+ing right into the group. When he went, he was still like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Although their strength was more than a level stronger than giant Net City's geniuses, at the very most, they could only withstand 3 to 5 moves from Yi Yuan. Then they would kick the bucket. These geniuses were all the strongest people in the same rank in the blood race. They all had their own pride and were disdainful to join hands with the others. Especially Blood Rain and the rest, they kept observing from the sidelines with cool detachment. However, their eyes held a thick look of fear. In a few breaths, Yi Yuan killed several geniuses in a row, his power invincible. The expressions of Blood Rain and the rest became increasingly uglier. It was because, among the people who were killed just now, there were a few people's strengths that already approached that of a seated candidate. But they actually could not last more than 10 moves under Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan did not have any fancy moves either. He was just unrestrained like that, dealing punch after punch. 1 punch beat you until you vomited blood. 2 punches beat you until your bones cracked. 3 punches take your puny life. This fist technique looked simple, but the bloodline power contained in it was extremely strong. What are you all still waiting for? Attack together and kill him. At this rate, we'll all die. Blueblood said in a solemn voice. Everyone looked toward Blueblood with strange expressions. Wasn't he the one who postured the hardest? Now got slapped, right? Before this, Blueblood was afraid that Yi Yuan would forget him, and even specifically emphasized that he was at the number 7 blood pool. But now, he was Wisconsin Hi+ing that Yi Yuan had forgotten about him, right? However, they also knew that this could not be blamed on Blueblood. It was seriously that this Blood Azure was too monstrous. Who could have thought that an Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven was actually powerful to such an extent? At this time, the most shocked one was none other than Blueblood. Yi Yuan's super strong combat power made him feel despair. F***ck, what did your father do previously? Posturing in front of him? Mocked him for overestimating his own ability? It turned out that he was the most laughable one. This guy's strength was strong until it made people despair. No way. I have to kill him. At this time, Bloodrain, who had been silent all along, also said in a solemn voice, "Kill." These words were tantamount to tacitly agreeing to Blueblood's proposal. These geniuses were going to join forces. Dozens of geniuses pounced toward Yi Yuan crazily. "Haha, bring it on." Yi Yuan laughed loudly, his aura rising to a new level. Those geniuses practically all wanted to vomit blood. You were actually still freaking hiding your strength. However, the strength of Bloodrain and the others were really strong too. With the group of geniuses joining forces, they actually suppressed Yi Yuan. It was just that they discovered that Yi Yuan's luck was really too good. Sometimes, an inadvertent turn of his body could easily evade their certain kill blow. If they wanted to hurt Yi Yuan, it was simply dreaming. Blood Azure, don't you want to kill us all? Now try killing and see. Ha ha ha, Blueblood said with a loud laugh. He was not in a hurry. At this time, Yi Yuan would die sooner or later. It was just that these words were somewhat shameless. Even the other geniuses could not quite look on anymore as well. Do you want face or not? Previously, he said that the opponent was too weak to stand up to compet. 1. Tyan and would be seeking death if he came. Now, so many people were surrounding and attacking him alone. Look how proud you became. However, many of them seemed to have mocked Yi Yuan before too. Hoo, is this the strength of the so-called Saint Sovereign 100 Sons? I still thought that I could run into some decent opponents when I came to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. But you all disappoint me very much. There's no use to our blood race at all for you all, these ants, to be living. So you all can go and die already. Boom. Yi Yuan slammed a punch out. As Civ Force exploded on the spot. More than 10 blood race geniuses were directly blown into clouds of blood mist, unable to recover anymore. Everyone's expression changed wildly. Yi Yuan actually still concealed his strength. This punch earlier was more than 10 times stronger than before. Even if they pulled out all the stops, they completely could not resist it too. The blood race's bloodline power actually had similar aspects to the true spirit clan's bloodline power. It was just that the blood race's blood essence had many magical aspects that the true spirit race was not equipped with, such as revival from a drop of blood. But the true spirit race was born from chaos, especially the dragon race. Their bloodline power was even more powerful until it was incapable of further increase. Through his research on the blood race's blood essence, Yi Yuan discovered that refining the blood race's blood essence into heavenly pills could actually improve bloodline power. Yi Yuan named this heavenly pill bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill. After Yi Yuan consumed the profound grade bloodline Heavenly Spirit Pill, his bloodline power already rose to the middle stage of battle soul level true spirit bloodline. His combat power was long already significantly stronger compared to before. Previously in Giant Net City, Yi Yuan slaughtered countless geniuses, but the strength that he displayed was merely just around 50%. At this time, he exerted 80% of his strength. Blowing up these so-called geniuses did not take any effort at all. It was also because of this that Yi Yuan was very much looking forward to the blood race's blood pools. He really wanted to see whether this blood pool had any improvement effect on his bloodline. Of course, before this, he saw no reason not to kill some blood race geniuses. While talking, Yi Yuan smashed a punch towards Bloodrain. Bloodrain's strength was indeed formidable too. His bloodline power already barely reached battle soul level bloodline according to the division of the true spirit lineage. It was just that this level was utterly not worth mentioning in Yi Yuan's view. Let alone that he even had the improved Nine Heavens Dragon Transformation Fist that Mi Tian imparted. The dragon race's martial techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Each of Yi Yuan's punches was heavier than the last. Bloodrain vomited fresh blood wildly. On the third punch, he could not bear it anymore and was blown up by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a killing god, striking fear into those who saw him. Outside the martial arena, everyone was stunned. Bloodrain's strength was publicly recognized as an existence capable of entering the top 10. But he was actually directly killed by Yi Yuan. This guy's strength was actually strong until this kind of extent. Killing Bloodrain with 3 punches. Just how strong is this guy's strength? Too strong. This Blood Azure definitely has the strength to contend for first place. He really wasn't joking about killing off these 99 people. There are only a few people left now. The powerhouses around Blue Blood have all been killed off one by one, only he isn't dead yet. Blue Blood, this fellow wouldn't be doing it on purpose, right? People discovered to their surprise that the powerhouses around Blue Blood were currently falling one by one. But he was safe and sound. Blue Blood unleashed all of his abilities, but he was weak like a chicken in front of Yi Yuan. Boom! Yi Yuan directly blew a genius up. There was only Blue Blood alone left in the entire martial arena. Yi Yuan stopped. Number 7 Blood Pool's genius, I'm challenging you now. Do you dare to accept the challenge or not? Yi Yuan looked at Blue Blood and said with a smile that was not a smile. Thud. Blue Blood knelt right down, his entire body trembling endlessly. He had already completely lost the courage to continue fighting in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2882 Frenzied Absorption. Chapter 2882 Frenzied Absorption. Ha ha ha. The fool that you all talked about killed off the so-called geniuses that you all brought. Owlfly laughed very happily, very delighted. Looking at the 6 great blood envoys' constipated expressions, he felt satisfied to the extreme. This time, he really felt exaltation upon fulfillment. Actually, when he let Yi Yuan enter the blood pool to make a scene, it was just letting him go and challenge those powerhouses. He believed that with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no problem challenging the top 10 at all. Who knew that Yi Yuan, this guy, played so freaking big to actually say that he was going to kill everyone the moment he came. At that time, he even secretly scolded Yi Yuan for being a fool. Do you think that this place is Giant Net City? Who could have expected that this fellow actually even concealed his strength and really killed off all those geniuses in the blood pool? Incredible! Awesome! With this, I could finally straighten my back, right? But the other 6 great blood envoys became unhappy. A true genius actually came out from the cannon fodders? Seeing Owlfly's smug appearance, they wished to tear him to shreds. Unlucky! What was even more aggravating was that Yi Yuan killed off all the elites that they brought. Then the 100 Suns battle this time, what did they still have to take part in? Blueblood was sing his pants in fear. He was really frightened into sing his pants. A foul smell emitted from his body, making Yi Yuan frown. This guy was crippled. This kind of trash wished for the entire world to know when he was posturing. When he got slapped, he did not even have the courage to face it. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him anymore too, walking straight out of the martial arena and heading towards the blood pool. Approaching the blood pool, a blood smell that made people feel like vomiting hit their nostrils. This was a large pool of 10,000 feet in circumference, a dreadful sight to behold. But a monstrous fury burned in Yi Yuan's heart. Such a blood pool, how many people needed to be killed? Arriving at the blood race, Yi Yuan saw a lot of things, and he also heard many things. After the various races were enslaved, how they lived was really worse than animals. The blood race did not kill everyone either. They reared the various races' powerhouses in pens. When they needed blood, they would draw some from their bodies. These powerhouses were like livestock reared at home. There were not too many powerhouses worthy of being reared in pens. More were directly killed. The blood race's thirst for blood simply could not be described with words. They were a bunch of vampires. The blood pool was a whole one tie, but it was artificially divided into 99 parts by some array formations. The centermost blood pool had the thickest bloody aura. The effect was naturally the best too. Yi Yuan leaped straight into the centermost blood pool. When the people outside saw this scene, each and every one of them was incredibly envious. One person dominating the blood pool. This sort of thing had never happened before in Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City. Too satisfying. Yi Yuan's body soaked in the blood pool. He immediately felt a bone-corroding pain coming from within his body. The blood seemed to be melting his entire body. Very soon, Yi Yuan discovered that every cell in his body seemed to be becoming active. His blood seemed to have obtained new life. That feeling was hard to describe in words. However, he could clearly feel that his bloodline power was advancing. What miraculous means? The blood in this blood pool isn't only useful to the blood race. It's greatly useful to humans and true spirits too. Especially true spirit bloodline. After soaking in this blood, it's absolutely able to evolve. After experiencing the initial most pain, Yi Yuan felt as if he was going to ascend to immortality. The blood in his body was ignited very quickly. His blood underwent nirvanic rebirth over and over again under the scouring of the blood. With each rebirth, there would be a tiny trace of evolution. His bloodline power was currently evolving towards late-stage battle soul level. Not only that, Yi Yuan discovered that the blood water was actually able to nurture the Dao sword. One had to know that the Dao sword could only slowly become stronger after experiencing the baptism of Dao tribulation. Other than this, Yi Yuan did not have very good methods to nurture the Dao sword. But this blood race's blood pool actually had such a miraculous effect. Although the efficiency of this conversion was very low, it could indeed strengthen the Dao sword. After the Dao sword became stronger, did he not even need to transcend tribulations anymore? Why not give it a try? Too miraculous. I didn't expect that there's actually still such a formidable bloodline evolution method in this world. If the dragon race has this kind of method, we can absolutely give birth to a large batch of hegemon realm powerhouses. Even me Tian could not resist exclaiming with a sigh too. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, such a blood pool, no idea how many living things were sacred. Using this kind of method to evolve the bloodline isn't advisable. Mi Tian said awkwardly, this old man is just saying it. Of course, I won't really go and do it. However, punk, you're coming off cheap. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Senior, pull a big play. Wonder if the blood race will feel heartache if I drain the blood in the blood pool. Also don't know whether this blood pool is enough for me to absorb or not. As he said, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed. His speed of absorbing the blood water suddenly became extremely fast. The blood in the blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood race geniuses, each and every one of their eyes went wide. Are my eyes going blurry? Why do I feel like the blood essence source in the blood pool is receding? Your eyesight isn't failing. It's really receding. What on earth did that punk do? This is also too fake, right? Could it be that he wants to absorb all of the blood essence source in this pool? Isn't he afraid of stuffing himself until he dies? Blood essence source was the blood race's term of address for these blood water pools. Creating a blood essence source was not just drawing blood so simple. There needed to be a series of extremely complicated crafts involved. Therefore, the preciousness of this pool's blood essence source was simply unable to be measured using heavenly crystals. Why were 100 people permitted to cultivate in the blood pool each day? It was because the expenditure of 100 people could be made up for in time. But now, the blood essence source in this blood pool was actually receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. This showed that the speed of Yi Yuan's consumption alone was even faster than the consumption speed of 99 geniuses added up. Was this guy human? Furthermore, the energy contained in the blood essence source was already very powerful to a saint's sovereign heaven. Absorbing for 10 days, no matter how genius you were, you would already be satiated too. But Yi Yuan, aren't you afraid of stuffing yourself until you explode? Of course not. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the blood essence source continuously. This several hundred feet deep blood pool had already receded by more than 10 feet in less than half a day. With this, the entire Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City's upper echelons were all shocked. The blood pool was a strategic resource to the blood race. It could nurture countless powerhouses. Expending so much at once, how could the blood race not be shocked? Very soon, one blood race top powerhouse after another, swarming toward this side in succession. They had to make a decision. Was it to continue to let Yi Yuan absorb or immediately interrupt Yi Yuan's absorption? And right at this time, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm broke through to grand completion Saint's sovereign heaven unknowingly. Chapter 2883 Not even letting you guys drink soup. Chapter 2883 Not even letting you guys drink soup. A blood envoy howled, Stop! We must stop it. The blood essence source in this blood pool is our ACCU. Mulations of nearly 1,000 years. Can't let this brat alone deplete it. The consumption rate of the blood essence source made his flesh hurt. Even this city lord in front of them, the muscles on his face were twitching non-stop too. Although Saint's sovereign level blood essence source was relatively easy to obtain, this kind of consumption, he could not quite support it too. If this was finished absorbing, Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City would probably enter 100 years of vacuum period. Stop my *SS. City Lord Your Excellency, Blood Azure is a bloodline genius that's hard to come across in a million years. His bloodline power far surpasses those in the same rank. He can definitely step into hegemon realm in the future. Compared to a hegemon realm, What does a mere blood pool count for? Alfly naturally supported Yi Yuan fervently. Hoo, is he Gemin realm so easy to break through? Even at our realms, it's far away and not in the foreseeable future, let alone talk about a saint's sovereign heaven. Blood Azure can kill 100 sons candidates by himself at upper saint's sovereign heaven. His talent is absolutely one of a kind in our blood race. Blood curse, are you jealous of the talented? Alfly questioned. At this time, a group of Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouses was arguing non-stop over a Yi Yuan. One side felt that Yi Yuan was extremely talented, and that they should support him in absorbing the blood essence source. But the other side felt that investing the ACCU, mulations of 1,000 years on a saint's sovereign heaven with a vague and uncertain future was not worth it. City Lord Yi Wugui was a genuine hegemon realm. Even he was also hesitant at this time. As a hegemon realm, no one was clearer than him about the difficulty of reaching the hegemon realm. But it was also precisely because of this that if they could groom a hegemon realm, no matter how much resources were thrown in, it was not overboard. Compared to a hegemon realm, what did a mere blood pool count as? One had to know, for these few thousand years, even with the resources of 2 great continents, the blood race only gave birth to a single-digit number of hegemon realms too. The talent that Yi Yuan exhibited had indeed moved him greatly. A blood envoy said anxiously, "City Lord Your Excellency, if we still don't make a decision, that brat will be draining the blood pool dry." A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yi Wugui's eyes, and he said in a solemn voice, "Let him absorb. This city lord wants to see how much he can absorb. If he can really drain the blood pool, then so what if let him drain it dry?" Alfly's gaze flashed, his face revealing a look of wild ecstasy. "This time, wouldn't your father completely take advantage of you idiots? Blood Azure, you have to win credit for this seat." Yi Yuan naturally lived up to expectations. He was currently feeling refreshed to the extreme. Under the Dao tribulation, the growth of the Dao sword was too explosive. That was a pain like being lacerated. But the nurturing of this blood essence source was very gentle. The Dao sword grew bit by bit, becoming more powerful. His cultivation realm broke through to upper saint's sovereign heaven smoothly and actually did not trigger a Dao tribulation. And his bloodline power similarly made rather big improvements too. It was just a shame that after his bloodline power evolved to a certain extent, it basically did not grow anymore. This blood pool is half absorbed, and the upper echelons in the city haven't reacted yet. It looks like they have acknowledged me, this genius. However, this blood pool already doesn't have much effect on me. I heard that there's an even better Saint Sovereign level blood pool in the Blood God Temple. Should I also suck that blood pool dry? Yi Yuan could not refrain from thinking. Blood God Temple was the same as the Extreme Medicine Sect's Extreme Light Pavilion. It was where the legacy of the blood race lay. The blood pool there was definitely a grade stronger than this one. Such a good thing, Yi Yuan was naturally moved by it. Although the effect was already not great, Yi Yuan was still absorbing the blood essence source crazily. He did not have to leave behind such a good thing for the blood race. Even if some was wasted on me, it's better than you guys using it. On the 10th day, this blood pool no longer had a drop of blood essence source anymore. What made everyone vomit blood was that the traces of blood essence source stained on the pool wall. Yi Yuan even sucked it clean like a licking dog. Freaking hell, did you want face or not? You ate the meat and did not even let us drink soup? *CK me. Does this guy still want people to live or not? A few thousand years of ACCU mulation was sucked up by him in a few days. Yet, this guy still has an insatiable look. Your father really wants to tear him to shreds alive. The most aggravating thing is that we can't beat him. This guy is an out-and-out G.O.D. of killing. The geniuses outside had completely broken down. Blood pool, this sort of good thing, who did not hanker after it? Yi Yuan was good, not even giving them a drop. Coming out of the blood pool and looking at the surrounding expressions like their mothers had died, Yi Yuan felt refreshed in his heart. Want to increase strength? Sure, go and cultivate bitterly. This kind of good stuff that saves effort, I'll kindly accept it. All surrounding here for what? If you're unhappy about anything, you're welcome to find me to take revenge in the 100 Suns battle. I won't refuse any arrivals. Yi Yuan said with a radiant smile. I take revenge your *SS? You killed people without batting any eyelid. If my head freaking missing screws? To find you to take revenge? But not being able to take revenge was really very unpleasant. Fury rose straight to the clouds all around him. Everyone dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. This guy could beat 99 by himself when he was at Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Now, who else was his mate in Saint Sovereign Heaven? Even those few who did not make a move probably did not dare to make a move against him anymore as well, right? Ha ha! Little Blood Azure, Big Blood Azure, have broken through to half-step Emperor realm. How is it? Impressive, right? The true sovereign 100 Suns battle this time. I'll definitely take first place. Yi Yuan heard Yang Qing's voice before he went out. Clearly, he had also reaped considerable benefits in these 10 days. During the past 10 days, he challenged 10 blood race powerhouses in a row. He firmly occupied the number 1 blood pool. In this blood pool, he gained a sudden epiphany too, and he actually reached half-step Emperor realm. This step was not easy to take. However, this blood pool was indeed formidable. But, as soon as he came in, Yang Qing saw the empty blood pool. His entire person could not help being stupefied, and he said, Is there no blood pool at your Saint Sovereign Heaven side? Yi Yuan said with an innocent face, there was. It got sucked dry by me. Sucked dry. Yang Qing's eye. Almost popped out. Was this fellow still human? Yi Yuan nodded and said, The quality of this blood pool is a little poor. I think the blood D Temple's blood pool should be better. Bang! A series of tumbling sounds was heard from all around. Freaking did you still want people to live or not? Yang Qing gave Yi Yuan a big thumbs up again and sighed with admiration as he said, You're amazing. Ha ha ha, the two of you really nice. Very nice. Right at this time, a loud laughter sounded out. Owlfly's figure directly landed. The current Owlfly was in high and vigorous spirits, feeling indescribably satisfied. With the big and little blood azures that he brought, he really regained all the face that he lost in these 1,000 years. Delightful. Delightful. Yi Yuan gave him a glance lightly and said with a smile, Lead the way then. Owlfly was taken aback and immediately said with a big laugh, Okay, follow me. Chapter 2884 Chaos Bloodstone. Chapter 2884 Chaos Bloodstone. It was still Yang Qing's first time facing a Hegemon realm powerhouse. He was somewhat lacking in confidence. Although Yi Yuan said that the blood imitation pill could hide from anyone's eyes and ears, he was still uncertain in his heart. After all, Hegemon realms were virtually invincible existences. They had unimaginably queer divine abilities. But very soon, Yang Qing felt relieved. This Hegemon realm powerhouse in front of them indeed could not tell as well. In reality, if a Hegemon realm was really bent on examining them, he could still identify them. But who could have thought that two measly humans could actually impersonate the blood race and even run to the blood race's capital, becoming apex geniuses? This was a blind spot thinking. Hegemon realms were no exception either. With such a genius appearing, Yi Wuguei was very happy. He already knew about Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance. One blood pool exchanging for a genius with potential for Hegemon realm was well worth it. Seeing this seat, you don't seem to be afraid at all? Yi Wuguei sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly. What's there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, I'll become one of you, Yi Yuan said coolly. A blood envoy of lasting wind continent immediately berated, insolent, ignorant fool, do you think that Hegemon realm is so easy? Yi Yuan swept a glance at him and said coolly, if you can say something like this, it proves that you're getting further and further away from Hegemon realm. You impudent! The blood envoy said furiously. Yi Yuan's words struck his sore spot. Grand Completion Emperor Sacra Heaven, and even Origin powerhouses not being able to break through to Hegemon realm, it was actually their confidence being worn down after failing to break through time after time. This hurdle was far too difficult. However, once confidence was shaken, one would really get further and further away from Hegemon realm. Yi Wugui gave Yi Yuan a deep and meaningful glance, not expecting that he could actually say something like this. Producing emotions of fear towards Hegemon realm, one could basically say goodbye to Hegemon realm in this lifetime. Yi Wugui had long seen through. This blood envoy's realm had basically reached an end already. High enough. A dignified blood envoy, where's the sense of propriety in arguing with a junior? Yi Wugui said in a solemn voice. The blood envoy's face immediately had nowhere to put. He, an exalted blood envoy, was actually reprimanded. High was on the worst terms with Owlfly, so Yi Yuan's rise made him very displeased. Hence, he also targeted Owlfly time and again. It was just that he never expected that Yi Wugui actually reprimanded him because of a junior. It seemed like Hegemon Wugui thought very highly of this boy. Owlfly was delighted to the extreme in his heart. I did not expect that your father would have a day where I could turn things around too. Yi Wugui could not be bothered to pay attention and said to Yi Yuan, Blood Azure, your talent shows disdain upon your peers. You're indeed a genius of my blood race that's hard to come across. However, you already have no opponents among your peers. The 100 Suns selection this time already doesn't have much significance to you. In addition, your bloodline power has already reached the limit of Saint Sovereign Heaven. It's very hard to improve it any further. Therefore, in the 100 Suns selection this time, you don't need to take part anymore. You also don't need to go to the Blood God Temple's blood pool anymore. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, How can that be? Not taking part, it's insufficient to convince the Ma. SSES. Others will even think that I, this Saint Sovereign Heaven's #1, is self-proclaimed. City Lord Your Excellency rest assured, my bloodline power still has room for improvement. So I have to go to this blood pool. This is the Blood God Temple's reward. City Lord Your Excellency wouldn't strip me away of this bit of authority, right? What do you mean? Not letting me kill anymore? How can that be? There are still so many geniuses that haven't been killed. My goal is to kill off all of the blood race's Saint Sovereign Heaven geniuses. Also, how can I not go to the blood pool? If I don't drain the blood pool, how many powerhouses are you all going to groom again? These things are all mine. Yi Wugui similarly frowned and said, There's already not much meaning for you to take part in these. Yi Yuan said unyieldingly, I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement. If City Lord Your Excellency wants to deprive me, Yi Yuan wants to request the Blood God Temple to return Blood Azure justice. Yi Wugui felt a headache. Was this guy really not willing to let go of any benefits? He was a little afraid that this guy would also drain the blood pool there after going to the Blood God Temple. In the end, Yi Wugui said helplessly, All right. If you want to partake. 1. P8 that's up to you too. However, partake. 1. P. Aiding in these indeed doesn't have much significance to you anymore. Finding you is just to tell you that the clan has already agreed to give you a month's time to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. In addition, the clan will devote resources to help you to break through to Hegemon realm. The moment these words came out, apart from Yi Yuan, the other blood race upper echelons all trembled all over. This treatment was also too good. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, and he said with palpitating excitement, "Chaos Bloodstone?" Yi Wugui said with a nod, "Chaos Bloodstone, born from chaos, it's the source power of our blood race. Our blood race was born from the Chaos Bloodstone. As long as you comprehend a trace, it will be sufficient for you to benefit for life." Yi Yuan's breathing also became ragged. If I were to destroy this Chaos Bloodstone, would the blood race collapse on its own without being attacked? He knew that this monstrous performance had already attracted great attention from the blood race. The blood race had started to spare no effort to groom him. Looking at the expressions of the other blood envoys, he knew just how hard this opportunity to comprehend was to come by. This trip was indeed not in vain. He had already come into contact with some of the blood race's major secrets. Yi Yuan said excitedly, "Many thanks, City Lord Your Excellency, for the great favor. After Bloodazur's cultivation has achieved success, I'll go to the front lines and kill off the human race and drink their blood." Yi Wugui said with a smile, "Very good. This is what men of my blood race should be like." The news of Yi Yuan's ascension spread like wildfire. There were cheers in heaven. Absolute Blood Emperor City. This God of killing was finally not taking part in the 100 Suns selection anymore. Even those top geniuses also let out a long sigh in relief. These geniuses were all extremely proud and extremely confident. But, facing a freak who could suck the blood pool dry, they could only let out a long sigh. Blood Azure was destined to be the name that suppressed an era. Excellent. That fiend finally doesn't need to partake 1p8 anymore. Thank God. If I were to run into him, I reckon that I won't even have the chance to concede defeat. Thank God. Thank you, Lord W. And Jizwa. You really did a great thing. Many people wept agitatedly. Half a month later, the 100 Suns battle was held as scheduled. When Yi Yuan walked into the contestant area, everyone burst into an uproar. Didn't they say that this God of killing went to the Blood God temple? Why is he still taking part in the 100 Suns selection? I at $$*1%. Motherf *ker, isn't this bullying people? You're already not on the same plane as us. I forfeit. Your father won't take part anymore, alright? Yi Yuan's appearance cast a shadow over the entire 100 Suns selection. Those geniuses felt that the sky had turned dark. Hello everyone. We meet again. Yi Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone wished to go up and tear him to shreds. But body dared to do anything. Chapter 2885 The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Chapter 2885 The Peerless Genius That Slowly Rose. Bang. The complexions of the contestants turned deathly pale. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were filled with fear and indignation. On the stage, the opponent was gone before he had time to admit defeat. Yi Yuan already became the nightmare of all the Saint's sovereign 100 Suns. Whoever encountered him had simply encountered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants fought until they already had completely no strength in the end, fighting like mortals. I beg you, concede defeat. I won't concede even if I lose. I give up on this. I'll be able to avoid that demon if I beat you. Since that's the case, irreconcilable till death then. Irreconcilable till death. At another arena match, 200 Suns contestants spoke in unison. I concede. Judge, I admitted defeat first. Uttering nonsense. I was clearly the first to concede defeat. In the end, the two started fighting. Between these two, whoever won had to encounter Yi Yuan. The entire 100 Suns selection, all the fights related to Yi Yuan had already become a hot mess. The judges wished to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. This guy was purely here to cause trouble. In this match, Yi Yuan's opponent was Bloodage, who was once called the number one person. These two strongest men finally matched up. This battle also attracted the attention of countless people, including Yi Wuguei. Bloodage's strength was extremely strong. He could be said to be the well-deserved number one. But now, Yi Yuan was already the uncrowned king. Whoever encountered him would be frightened. It was not because he was strong, but it was because he killed people on sight. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodage opposite and said with a smile, "Everyone says that you're this period's 100 Sons number one. You wouldn't be the same as them, admitting defeat when you see me, right?" Bloodage looked at Yi Yuan and did not speak. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "If even you admit defeat too, that's also too boring." Swaz. Plus all of a sudden, Yi Yuan actually arrived right in front of Bloodage with an instantaneous movement. The speed was inconceivably swift. Yi Yuan knew that this Bloodage was very strong. He could not give him time to react. "I concede." However, Yi Yuan's figure had just moved, and Bloodage blurted it out without the slightest hesitation. He directly admitted defeat very straightforwardly. This punch of Yi Yuan's could not be sent out anymore. After admitting defeat, killing was not allowed. Who's plus a series of exclamations came from all around. Bloodage actually admitted defeat. Too amazing! He's the first to concede defeat under Bloodazer's hands. Yeah, well deserving of being the former number one. His strength is simply too strong to actually have time to admit defeat. What they were amazed by was not that Bloodage actually admitted defeat, but it was that Bloodage actually succeeded in admitting defeat. Yi Wuguei was dumbfounded. What the freaking hell is this? My blood race had unparalleled combat power and never feared death. Today, honor was actually felt for being able to admit defeat? Did you people still have any backbone or not? Also, this Bloodage, can't you freaking concede after exchanging 2 moves? Was there a need to be so straightforward? Although Yi Yuan was strong, you are not weak either. Don't even dare to attempt it? Got to say, Bloodage's fighting power was absolutely formidable. Before Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, his first place was practically locked in already. If they were to really fight, he might not be Yi Yuan's match, but it was also not to the extent of being the same as the others, being blown up at once. However, it was such a genius who did not even have the courage to make a move against Yi Yuan. Enough, Blood Azure. You've already defeated Bloodage and proved your strength. This seat orders you to immediately withdraw from the 100 Sons selection. Yi Wuguei's furious voice came from above the sky. At this rate, the entire 100 Sons selection would become a farce. Yi Wuguei's angry yell also shocked everyone immensely. Even a hegemon realm powerhouse was enraged. Did you not have any freaking clue in your heart? Yi Yuan looked above the sky and said with a helpless look, "Then, can I still enter the blood pool if I withdraw now?" Pfft! Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of Yi Wuguei's vomiting blood. Yes. Yi Wuguei's voice was filled with anger. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "Fine, then I'll withdraw." Sigh, not a single one who can fight. How boring. Poo, poo, poo. A series of blood-puking sounds came from all around. Not that no one could fight, it was that you were too vicious. You freaking took people's lives the moment you came up. Who dared to fight with you? Yi Yuan also felt quite helpless about this result. He originally wanted to kill some more, but in this kind of tournament, the opponents that could be killed were truly limited. Killing match by match was too troublesome. He also just took it as passing the time. However, Yi Yuan was still rather regretful for not being able to kill Bloodage. He knew that this Bloodage was very strong. Before him, he was reputed to be a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into the hegemon realm. This kind of praise was not many, even in the blood race with powerhouses plentiful as clouds. Finally, Yi Yuan still withdrew from this boring fight. Then the Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City decided that the Battle of Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns would be redone. Being bored out of his mind, Yi Yuan went to watch the true Sovereign Hundred Suns final battle. Yang Qing was still as coquettish as ever. He was powerful and still liked to act coquettish, the aggro points maxing out. He broke through to half-step Emperor Realm 2. His current strength was really like the noonday sun. His opponent's death rate was also extremely high. However, Yang Qing was ultimately not Yi Yuan. It was impossible to kill among his peers until they felt terrified. After the selection reached the final stage, Yang Qing also encountered his match. Reaching this level, even Yi Yuan also had no choice but to admit that the Blood Race's Hundred Suns battle was really strong. Especially the top 10 Hundred Suns, their strength was simply strong until it made people's hair stand on end. The Blood Race was indeed able to give birth to a large batch of powerhouses using this kind of cruel selection method. Furthermore, the Hundred Suns battle took place every 10 years. The speed of giving birth to powerhouses was also very fast. 10 years were merely a snap of a finger to these heavenly stratum powerhouses. In the end, Yang Qing also suffered a cruise. Hi+ing defeat, only attaining 9th place. There were actually still 8 people whose strength was higher than Yang Qing's in true Sovereign Heaven realm. Actually, with the battle achievement of 9th place, Yang Qing could already be sufficiently proud. After all, the Blood Race's true Sovereign Heavens could be calculated in the hundreds of millions. It was just that when he knew about the battle situation on the Saint Sovereign Heaven side, he really could not show off. F***ck, this is too demoralizing. Yi Yuan, this fellow is always feeding me **t. He exerted all of his strength and only took 9th place. This guy was good, directly killing until others were fighting to concede. Even the first place Bloodage did not dare to confront Yi Yuan head-on. Humph humph. One day this genius is going to surpass you in posturing. The curtains fell on the Hundred Suns battle. The new Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns were also screened through. However, Yi Yuan did not enter the ranks of the Hundred Suns. This guy, whatever Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns, could no longer highlight his status anymore. A dazzling genius slowly rose in the Blood Race. Yi Yuan's appearance caused a huge reverberation in the Blood Race. His performance was too monstrous. It was really Una's summing when not making a sound but making one's mark at the first shot. The powerhouses who advanced to Hegemon realm in the recent few thousand years, even the performance of the strongest one back then, could not match up to 1/10,000th of Yi Yuan's too. Therefore, the Blood Race powerhouses were all extremely excited. They could already feel that before long, a new Hegemon realm powerhouse would be born. Chapter 2886 Heavy Grooming. Chapter 2886 Heavy Grooming. This little Blood Azure absolutely has the look of a Hegemon. Big Blood Azure also has very high hopes of reaching Hegemon realm. I heard that the clan has already let little Blood Azure go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. It means that the Blood God Temple is also very optimistic about him. Indeed, that boy is too monstrous. After he breaks through to Hegemon realm, the absolute heaven barrier will surely be breached. 2 people having the same name, Blood Azure, amazed the world with their brilliant feats, shocking the Blood Race. This matter became a legend. Hence, everyone called the higher cultivation realm Yang Qing as Big Blood Azure and the lower cultivation realm Yi Yuan as Little Blood Azure. The appearance of 2 great Hegemon candidates made the Blood Race boil over with excitement. Yang Qing was good. The Blood Race's powerhouses had already boasted Yi Yuan to the heavens. Actually, the Heaven One Alliance was grooming Hegemon realm powerhouses. How was the Blood Race not nurturing Hegemon realm powerhouses too? As long as there were sufficient Hegemon realms, the absolute heaven barrier would no longer be a problem. This was the fundamental way. As for South Qi Giant City, that level of battle, It was actually merely a petty brawl. The blood race would not care about a few people dying. But they cared a lot about geniuses with the potential to step into hegemon realm. Selecting the 100 sons, forming a powerful compet. 1. Tive mechanism in the clan, all these were in order to give birth to even more hegemon realms. At this time, within the blood god temple, it was a flurries. Hi plus ing scene 2. Congratulations, W. A. N. Gzwa. Congratulations, W. A. N. Gzwa. Our blood race has gained another genius. This little bloodazer's light simply can't be concealed at all. With his bloodline strength, stepping into hegemon realm is virtually a sure bet. This guy is absolutely a character who'll suppress an era. Our blood race is mighty. Such a genius roaring into existence, our blood race isn't far from unifying all the heavens. In the blood god temple, many Emperor Realm powerhouses were extremely excited. Yi Yuan's appearance was absolutely a figure who would suppress an era. This kind of character was not frequently seen. Even Lord W. A. N. Gzwa did not count as suppressing an era too. Before Lord W. A. N. Gzwa grew up, he still had many compet. 1 tours. Although those compet. 1 tours were Serpa. Said by him in the end, to say that he was invincible in the world, it was not counted. If one had to say, the Labyrinth Divine Palace's final palace master was more apt. Yi Yuan was such a genius. This kind of figure appearing, it was naturally a sign of victory for the blood race. Everyone was naturally happy too. Hoo, I'll fly, you've done pretty well this time. Later, you can go and comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone for 10 days too. Lord W. A. N. Gzwa said with a laugh. Owlfly could not help being wildly elated when he heard it. Chaos Bloodstone, that was his long-cherished goal. Today, he was finally getting his Wisconsin H. Plus hopefully, after comprehending the Chaos Bloodstone, he would be able to find the opportunity to break through the hegemon realm and soar to the heavens with one bound. At that time, wouldn't the few of you trash still have to grovel at this seat's feet? Many thanks, Lord W. A. N. Gzwa. Owlfly said with wild ecstasy. W. A. N. Gzwa nodded his head and to Yi Wugue, Bloodazer's matter will be left to you. You have to ensure his safety, but don't let him become a flower in a greenhouse, understood? Yi Wugue nodded his head and said, Lord W. A. N. Gzwa rest as assured. Wugue understood what should be done. With regards to Yi Yuan's grooming, the blood god temple had already made arrangements, allowing him to be and at the same time give him adequate resource guarantee. What could be given to him, Lord W. A. N. Gzwa absolutely would not be stingy. Hence, that was how Yi Yuan obtained the opportunity to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone. One had to know, Owlfly, this grand completion Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse was only given 10 days. It could be seen how valuable the chance to comprehend the Chaos Bloodstone was. But Yi Yuan, a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, W. A. N. Gzwa gave him a month. It was just that W. A. N. Gzwa never dreamed that the genius he was exerting all his effort to nurture was precisely the Yi Yuan that he hated to the core. The current Yi Yuan was extremely delighted. The blood race's hidden stash really broadened people's horizons. All kinds of natural treasures appeared in a dazzling array in the blood god temple's warehouse, making Yi Yuan's eyes blur. Among them, there were many items that were the specialty products of the other 2 continents. They could not be found on Heaven 1 continent at all. Yi Yuan had only seen these things in the 100 Herbs Ilyu Astrotted Handbook before. But there were many here. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly keeping these precious heavenly medicines. By the side, the guard's face was twitching. This guy was really not courteous, specifically picking the good stuff to take. But, thinking about it, he felt at ease too. If they could give birth to a hegemon realm that suppressed the contemporary era, what did these natural treasures count for? Relax. After I break through to hegemon realm, I'll lead the blood race to roam the myriad worlds unobstructed. At that time, you'll turn your nose up at these lousy things. Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard smiled and said, Hoo-hoo, then this seat is really looking forward to the arrival of that day. The strength of the Treasure Depository Pavilion's guard was naturally not ordinary. This one in front of him was an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse. After collecting a whole bunch of heavenly medicines, Yi Yuan took an astronomical figure of heavenly crystals. Then he went to the blood pool. The blood G.O.D. Temple's blood pool was much smaller, but Yi Yuan could feel that its effect was more than 10 times stronger than Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. How blessed! The moment Yi Yuan entered the blood pool, the 100 Suns went completely crazy. The energy in their blood pool was currently being plundered by Yi Yuan crazily. Their eyes turned green. King H. E.L. Do you still want people to live or not? CK. The benefits all got seized by you. Are you finished yet? Your father narrowly escaped death before obtaining the 100 Suns spot, and only obtained the chance to enter the blood pool after going through all kinds of hards. PS and difficulties. I beg you, save some of us. Sound of cursing words echoed in the blood pool. But Yi Yuan did not care that much at all. He just plundered crazily. Nurturing the Tao sword required massive amounts of blood essence source, and the blood G.O.D. Temple's blood pool was purer and more refined. Yi Yuan's Tao sword was currently rapidly growing toward peak Saint Sovereign Heaven. Finally, Yi Yuan's Tao sword was saturated and seriously could not absorb any more. The next time, Yi Yuan was going to make preparations to break through to true Sovereign Heaven. And the blood G.O.D. Temple's blood pool was already drained by Yi Yuan. Everyone's gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with hatred. This guy was simply walking other people's path, leaving others with nowhere to walk. Breaking through to true Sovereign Heaven, this was a huge hurdle. Yi Yuan needed to be prudent too. Although he currently had the power of blessing augmenting himself, it did not mean that he could ignore the Tao tribulation. Currently, he was using the blood imitation pill to conceal his body's aura, hiding from the probing of heavenly Tao. But, once he recovered his human identity, it would immediately call down Tao tribulation. Furthermore, this time, it would definitely come together with the Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven one. That power would be no trifling matter. Hence, Yi Yuan was currently suppressing his realm and not planning to break through. At present, Yi Yuan still had an even more important thing to do, that was to go and experience this Chaos Bloodstone. This thing was the blood race's mother stone. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Perhaps he could find the secrets of the blood race from it. Under Yi Wugui's lead, Yi Yuan entered a void S.P.A.C. Upon entering the S.P.A.C., Yi Yuan seemed to have had his acupoint H.I.T. by someone, freezing in stupefaction. Chapter 2887 Taking a Risk. Chapter 2887 Taking a Risk. Dong, dong, dong. A series of rhythmic heartbeats came from the depths of the void. Yi Yuan's heart seemed to be seized by something, making his entire person want to explode. Poo work! Finally, Yi Yuan could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. This power was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Hegemon Cloudmount's aura. Was this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? Yi Wugui gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Not bad. The power of the Chaos Bloodstone is virtually irresistible below Emperor Realm. Even if you entered this stretch of nothingness, you directly exploded too. Your bloodline power is really very strong." Finished saying, he directly brought Yi Yuan and headed for the depths of the void. That heartbeat sound became stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan's heartbeat also became increasingly fiercer, as if it was being controlled. Suddenly, amidst the nothingness, a blood-red giant heart entered Yi Yuan's eyes. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, as if somebody had given him a blow. This scene was too shocking. That blood-red heart was red until it was seemingly going to drip blood, giving people an awe-inspiring feeling. The first feeling Yi Yuan got when he saw it was that it was evil. There seemed to be something extremely terrifying inoculating in this heart. Yi Yuan did not expect that the Chaos Bloodstone was actually a heart. Furthermore, some kind of terrifying existence seemed to be currently inoculating in this heart. Yi Yuan had a strong sense of unease in his heart. Endless blood origin is contained in the Chaos Bloodstone. As long as one can obtain the recognition of the Chaos Bloodstone, advancing to Hegemon realm will just be a matter of time, Yi Wugui said with a smile. Yi Yuan gave a look of antic. 1. Very appropriately but became alert in his heart. This blood race was likely holding in store an enormous secret. Senior, have you heard of this thing before? Yi Yuan asked Mi Tian. Mi Tian also had a solemn look as he shook his head and said, Unheard of. This thing is very dangerous. Amen, I have this feeling too. Senior, can we destroy it? Yi Yuan suddenly proposed a bold idea. Mi Tian jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Don't mess around. The thing inside here has already reached high attainment. It's absolutely not what the current you can destroy. Don't even think about it. This thing is very sensitive. You'll die. Yi Yuan was startled too. His level was much worse than Mi Tian. His perception was naturally not as profound as Mi Tian's. Even Mi Tian was so fearful. This thing must be extraordinary. He did not expect that coming here this time, he actually discovered the Ma's Civ secret of the blood race. The existence of the Chaos Bloodstone was absolutely top secret among the blood race's top secret. Only the blood race's upper echelons had the qualifications to know. Yi Yuan could be let in. That was because his talent was seriously too strong, sufficient to suppress an era. But do we wait for him to be born just like this? Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian said, This isn't where his main body lies. The Chaos Bloodstone that you see is merely a clone of his. The blood race spans the 33 heavens. Most likely, his clones are also numerous. Want to destroy him, one must find his main body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This thing was so formidable, and it was actually not even his main body? Then how powerful was his main body? This was too terrifying. Mi Tian also stared at the Chaos Bloodstone in the distance and said with a sigh, No wonder the blood race couldn't be eradicated from start to end. With this thing around, the blood race can't be exterminated. And the blood race is merely his tool, that's all. The blood race being addicted to blood, continuously sucking the blood of myriad races and strengthening their population, it's actually strengthening the Chaos Bloodstone. One day in the future, when he breaks out of the Chaos Bloodstone, it will probably be the catastrophe of the 33 heavens. Mi Tian had partic. 1p. Aided in the battle to exterminate the blood race too. At that time, he thought that the blood race was wiped out. But who knew that several 100,000 years later, the blood race bounced back. In these several hundred years, the blood race had already strengthened up anew. In just a mere grand bright jade complete heaven, there were already dozens of Hegemon realm powerhouses. All right. You use your blood essence and offer up as a sacrifice to the Chaos Bloodstone first. Then you'll be able to establish a trace of connection with it and comprehend the origin of blood. Of course, how much you can comprehend, that will depend on your good fortune, Yi Wugui said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, a crazy idea suddenly arising in his heart. Mi Tian sensed his idea right away. Boy, you're crazy. You're courting death. Mi Tian said. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said coolly, Then if he is born, do you think that the Hegemon realms across the heavens are his match? Mi Tian was taken aback, immediately falling silent. This was just a measly little clone, and Mi Tian already felt a great terror. Then just how strong was his main body? Hegemon realms had strong and weak ones. Powerful hegemon realms, their strength was unimaginable. But, to match up against this Chaos Bloodstone, it was likely not sufficient too. Hence, once he is born, I'm afraid that even the thing that the Labyrinth Divine Palace couldn't accomplish would be achieved by the blood race. Rather than that, it's better to take a risk once. Such an opportunity probably won't come a second time. After the blood race comes to realize the truth that I'm a fake, it will be even harder than ascending to heaven to want to sneak in here again. Yi Yuan said. Mi Tian said in a solemn voice, but, once discovered by him, you'll be dead for sure. Yi Yuan said, he didn't discover that I'm a human, so he's not omnipotent. I have faith in my Tao. Yi Yuan's Tao was his Tao sword. The method that he spoke of was to split off a wisp of Tao sword and hide it in the blood essence, letting the Chaos Bloodstone absorb it. This was equivalent to planting a seed in the Chaos Bloodstone. It was naturally impossible for the current Tao sword to destroy the Chaos Bloodstone. But Yi Yuan was confident that there would be a chance in the future. After his strength grew, his Tao sword would become stronger too. At the critical moment, if Yi Yuan detonated the Tao sword and destroyed this clone in one stroke, even the main body would suffer serious damage too. But once this Tao sword could not hide from the Chaos Bloodstone's eyes and ears, Yi Yuan would die right away. Yi Yuan was indeed a prodigy, but he was after all only Saint Sovereign Heaven. It was indeed too risky to do so. Amen? What are you hesitating for? Yi Wugui's brows could not help furrowing when he saw that Yi Yuan did not move for a long time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, I'm not hesitating. It's just that seeing the Mother Stone for the first time, my heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Yi Wugui came to understand and said with a smile, That's of course. Our blood race is in perfect harmony with the Mother Stone. The first time you see it, it's like returning to your mother's womb. Having this shock is also ought to be. Finished saying, Yi Yuan did not hesitate either, directly forcing out a drop of blood essence, flying towards the Chaos Bloodstone. This blood essence was naturally not Yi Yuan's. He only refined the blood imitation pill. He still had a human's blood in essence. If he sent it over, he would definitely be exposed. However, Yi Yuan's Tao sword suppressed many bloodkins' blood essence. Many of their blood essences were extremely powerful. Yi Yuan could naturally hide from Yi Wugui by splitting off a drop. The blood essence got closer and closer to the Chaos Bloodstone. Yi Yuan's heart rate was also accelerating. Chapter 2888 Swindling. Chapter 2888 Swindling. Swaz. H. Plus the blood essence flashed and disappeared, and Yi Yuan's heart also tensed up along with it. However, on the surface, Yi Yuan did not have any fluctuations. There was still a hegemon realm beside him. A wisp of his Tao sword was stored in the blood essence. Once the blood essence entered the Chaos Bloodstone, Yi Yuan felt as if his Tao sword had entered a terrifying force field. From all directions, a monstrously terrifying pressure crushed toward him. The Chaos Bloodstone was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, his entire being seemingly being stared at by some kind of great terror. An inexplicable power swept through his body without restraint. Yi Yuan felt as if every hair on his body was standing on end. This kind of feeling virtually suffocated him. He knew that this was the Chaos Bloodstone observing him. He did not dare to make the slightest movement. His entire person seemingly turned to stone. In front of the Chaos Bloodstone, Yi Yuan was just like an invisible man, without the slightest secrets to speak of. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. That inexplicable power finally receded like tidewater. 3 short breaths of time, but Yi Yuan felt like as long as a century had said. In front of this level of power, all struggle was futile. Pft! Yi Yuan tasted sweetness in his throat, and he could not bear this enormous pressure, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood. The current Yi Yuan, his entire body seemed to have been hauled out of the water, feeling a transcendence of having died once. He knew that he had finally cleared this hurdle. He had deceived the Chaos Bloodstone. Yue actually really deceived it. There was also intense shock in Mi Tian's eyes. In front of absolute strength, all schemes and intrigues were pointless. But Yi Yuan's scheme succeeded. Too inconceivable. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, although this D.A.M. N thing is formidable, it's still sleeping. Many things, he's judging by relying on instinct. If he really wakes up, it will really be impossible to deceive him. Mi Tian had a speechless look as he said in shock, how did you do it? Yi Yuan knew what he was asking. That drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. Since it was not Yi Yuan's, then the aura would naturally be different. The Chaos Bloodstone was the blood race's mother stone. How could it possibly deceive his probing? But Yi Yuan did it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, very simple. That drop of blood essence has already been altered by me. The aura on it is completely my Dao Sword's aura, and every drop of blood in my body contains the aura of the Dao Sword. That D.A.M. N thing judges based on aura. He's naturally unable to differentiate. Mi Tian had a dumbfounded look. The blood race's blood essence was actually altered? However, to Yi Yuan, simulating all the blood essence in his body into the aura of that drop of blood essence, this was something as hard as ascending to heaven. But, if it was just altering that drop of blood essence, it was not impossible. In reality, this was just one of Yi Yuan's research into the blood race's blood essence. Yi Yuan was very proficient in refined operations. Therefore, his control over Dao had long already become subtle and exquisite. He used the power of the Dao Sword and completely wiped away the aura of the blood essence's master and imprinted the aura of the Dao Sword on it. This way, the blood essence still maintained the characteristics of the blood race, but judging from the aura, it was already exactly the same as Yi Yuan. The reason why he did such an experiment was naturally in order to deal with an unexpected probing too. Entering the blood race's territory, he might not be able to avoid running into all kinds of inspections. This kind of means would be able to smoke his way through. Either way, he had a lot of blood essence on hand and could convert them casually. The blood race naturally did not expect that there was actually someone who could preserve the blood race's blood essence and carry out research. The Chaos Bloodstone could intuitively sense that drop of blood essence that fused into the Chaos Bloodstone. But, to Yi Yuan's main body, he could only feel it through aura. The aura was the same, so it naturally said. Mi Tian was dumbfounded when he heard it. There was still such an approach? The heavenly alchemists were really amazing. He could even think of this kind of experiment? This was really a terrifying profession. Consider yourself ruthless. But, kid, you really did something remarkable. Come one day, when your strength becomes powerful and detonates the Chaos Bloodstone's Dao Sword, that D.A.M. N thing will probably cry. Mi Tian said with enthusiasm. This wisp of Dao Sword clone would lie dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone. One day, when the power of the Dao Sword reached a certain level, it would give this Chaos Bloodstone a deadly blow. Thump! Suddenly, the Chaos Bloodstone's beating became hastened. A blood-colored streak flew straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Wugui's gaze turned intent, his gaze having indescribable shock. This, Yi Yuan also jumped in fright. What was this D.A.M. N thing trying to do? Kid, this is blood origin. This is good stuff, hurry up and accept it. That D.A.M. N thing has acknowledged you. Mi Tian urged. Yi Yuan was shocked inwardly, allowing that wisp of blood light to smash into his body without avoiding it. But, the moment this trace of origin entered his body, Yi Yuan's Dao Sword immediately operated, completely suppressing it. This was the Chaos Bloodstone's reward. It was naturally impossible to be too powerful. It was just for the sake of helping Yi Yuan comprehend origin. That was all. Otherwise, Yi Yuan would be directly blown up by the origin power. Therefore, Yi Yuan's Dao sword suppressed it easily. By the side, Yi Wuguei was already completely stunned. The Chaos Bloodstone actually rewarded Yi Yuan with blood origin? This was too much. Even this hegemon realm, never got rewarded with blood origin. This stretch of nothingness was teeming with the power of origin. The beating of the Chaos Bloodstone was a manifestation of origin power in the first place. Comprehending origin here would yield twice the results with half the effort. But, no matter how one comprehended origin, it was also not as good as being rewarded blood origin. This blood origin was the foundation of the Chaos Bloodstone. Unless it was unavoidable, even if it was Lord W. A.N. Jizwa, it would be impossible to get any two. Now, it was actually rewarded to a measly little saint sovereign heaven. Genius. A peerless genius. A genius who shocked the world. My blood race would surely rise up across the heavens. 33 heavens, every heaven and myriad worlds, tremble. This boy will let you all understand what is called despair. Yi Wuguei shouted in his heart. This was the voice currently in his heart. Being bestowed the origin of blood at Saint Sovereign Heaven Realm, this sort of thing was simply unheard of. Blood Azure, this is the Mother Stone's reward to you. It looks like he approves greatly of your bloodline too. With this trace of blood origin, it's enough for you to be invincible among your peers. In the future, stepping into hegemon realm is virtually a certainty. In fact, you might be the myriad world's #1 hegemon in the future. You have to cherish it well. Yi Wuguei said excitedly. The myriad world's #1 hegemon. Yi Yuan had a look of intoxication too and said with lofty sentiments, City Lord, rest assured. Blood Azure definitely won't let down the clans and Mother Stone's trust. I'll lead the blood race and trample heaven one continent flat, sweeping across the heavens and myriad worlds. Chapter 2889 Hegemon Falls. Chapter 2889 Hegemon Falls. Obtaining the origin of blood, Yi Yuan started his closed seclusion life. But at this time, absolute heaven barrier had plunged into a life-and-death great battle again. In order to avenge the enmity, the blood race deployed 300,000 troops on South Qi Giant City, launching a fierce bombardment on South Qi Giant City. This time, it was Lord W. A.N. Jizwa who personally ordered it. These 300,000 bloodkins were all elite troops transferred over from the rear. Their combat power was extremely intrepid. Blood Promise returned anew, being in control of this 300,000-strong army. Both sides unleashed an unprecedented life-and-death great battle at South Qi Giant City. South Qi Giant City transformed into a brutal battlefield once again. Fortunately, there was the lesser origin restoration art. By relying on the power of the Grand Array, South Qi Giant City still barely managed to resist the frenzied assault of the blood race under the huge disadvantage in military strength. And right at this time, a drastic change plunged the Heaven One Alliance into an extremely dangerous situation. On this day, South Qi Giant City and the Blood Race Army were currently fighting fiercely. Feng Xiaotian and Blood Promise fought until heaven and earth dimmed, the void trembling Feng Xiaotian, in today's battle, either you die or I perish. Blood Promise was really risking his life this time. Not only him, but all of the blood race powerhouses were also attacking the city at the risk of their lives this time, completely disregarding casualties. In the past battles, after the Bloodkins were seriously injured, they would retreat at once. Therefore, their casualty rate was actually not high. But this time, each one of them was only willing to stop after fighting all the way until they were obliterated. Under this kind of circumstance, South Qi Giant City was under enormous pressure. Furthermore, the blood race had an army of 300,000. Although only 100,000 people could enter the Pa's sageway, they could replenish troops continuously without ceasing, but on Heaven One's side, the speed of replenies HI+ing troops was much slower. After the last battle, Heaven One Alliance transferred another several tens of thousands of people over to South Chi Giant City. At this time, their military strength also reached as high as 80,000. But, under the blood race's frenzied onslaught, the casualties on South Chi Giant City's side were enormous. After half a month of sustained frenziedly fighting, South Chi Giant City was only left with 30,000 troops. For this, the blood race's 100,000-strong army was completely obliterated. This casualty had never appeared in the blood race before. Feng Xiaotian's gaze was cold as he said in a solemn voice, "Even if we fight down to the very last man, you all can forget about taking half a step into South Chi Giant City too." Boom! Right at this time, a huge noise came from above the absolute heaven barrier. A mighty aura was currently dying swiftly. Feng Xiaotian's expression changed wildly, his eyes full of shock. Above the absolute heaven barrier, someone died. That was the aura of Hegemon Edgeless. Hegemon Edgeless fell? For these few thousand years, Heaven One Alliance's Hegemon realms had never died before. But this time, somebody finally fell. This death would trigger a series of chain reactions. The consequence was too terrifying. Ha ha! Hegemon Blood Sky succeeded. Once Edgeless that DAM. Thing dies, the absolute heaven barrier will become weak, and South Chi's Pa's sageway will open up. Feng Xiaotian, today will be your hour of doom. Blood Promise had clearly felt it too. He let out a wild laugh, being pleased to the extreme. The absolute heaven barrier was jointly set up by the hegemons. Once one person died, the effects would be diminished. South Chi Giant City was the weakest place, so the Pa's sageway here would surely have a large opening be opened up. More bloodkins would enter the Pa's sageway. Conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. The blood race's target this time was not South Chi Giant City at all. They were aiming for Hegemon Edgeless. But, once Hegemon Edgeless died, South Chi Giant City would be in danger too. Children, all enter the Pa's sageway and kill for me. Blood Promise's voice shook the sky. The remaining 200,000 bloodkin army rushed into the Pa's sageway frenziedly. Feng Xiaotian's mind shook wildly. An army of 200,000, this force was too terrifying. South Chi Giant City only had 30,000 people remaining now. It was simply impossible to block these 200,000 troops. What on earth happened over at the absolute heaven barrier? But at this time, he could not help but be shocked too. His gaze turned intent and he said loudly, "Brothers, Hegemon Edgeless has fallen. We already have no path of retreat. Once South Chi Giant City is breached, the hundreds of millions of living things behind us will become meals in the bellies of the blood race. We cannot fall. I believe that the hegemons already know about the unexpected turn of events here. This battle will be the turning point of Heaven One's war with the blood race. Starting from today, Heaven One will surely swarm out in full force and engage in the final decisive battle with the blood race. But, if South Chi Giant City is lost, we won't even have the chance for a final battle anymore. Brothers, this city lord knows that you all aren't afraid of death. But we can't die. Brothers, please join me and defend South Chi to the death. 1 month. Just 1 month's time. Our hope will be rekindled." Each and every one of the powerhouses left in the city had incomparably solemn gazes. They knew that the true moment of life and death had arrived. This battle was even more perilous and even fiercer than the previous one. They all practically had little hope of survival anymore, including Feng Xiaotian. But they proceeded without hesitation. "Oh body," answered Feng Xiaotian. At this moment, the 30,000-strong army was silent. There were no grandiose words or valiantness, but they had incomparably firm eyes. Seeing their looks, Feng Xiaotian was very gratified. Kill! Under Feng Xiaotian's word of command, the army of 30,000 charged out crazily. 20 days later. Below the city, corpses scattered everywhere. South Qi Giant City's 30,000 troops actually miraculously blocked the Blood Race's army of 200,000 for as long as 20 days. Under desperate circumstances, the Heaven One army exhibited an Astonies Hi+ing will. They did not seek death. They were holding on firmly for one last month. Under this kind of steel will, they defeated the Blood Race army's onslaught time and again. However, the battle was extremely tragic too. At this time, the army of 30,000 was only left with half. Furthermore, everyone was injured. The city protecting Grand Array was already severely damaged too. The heavenly formation masters guarding the Array formation were practically wiped out. Even City Lord Feng Xiaotian was seriously injured too. The powerhouses around him got fewer and fewer. In each battle, he would have to face more than 5 origin powerhouses. However, although they had created a miracle, South Qi Giant City was only left with one last breath before completely falling into the enemy's hands. They did not know how many more assaults from the Blood Race they could still hold back. But, thinking about it, they probably could not hold out for a month. See, at Blood Promise Camp, Blood Promise was scolded with a torrent of abuse. Are you a pig? With 200,000 Blood Race elites, countless powerhouses, you actually couldn't take down the South Qi Giant City that's guarded by 30,000 people. This seat and Hegemon Blood Sky have virtually fallen before exchanging for such a battle opportunity. If any more mishaps happen again, carry your head to see me. Hegemon Eugene was bellowing madly at Blood Promise. The current Hegemon Eugene had a very weak aura. Clearly, he had suffered serious wounds. Killing a Hegemon in the absolute heaven barrier, it would not be without paying a price. Except, he did not think that the battle opportunity that he had won by paying the price of risking death, Blood Promise actually could not take it down. This drove people too freaking crazy. Blood Promise's face already turned into the color of pig liver. He also did not expect that 200,000 troops actually could not even take down South Qi Giant City. One had to know 100,000 people in the past would have already killed until South Qi Giant City would be close to crumbling. Of course, the city protecting Grand Array was a very important aspect. But Blood Promise never expected that the Heaven One army, which Feng Xiaotian led, actually erupted with such a terrifying will at the moment of desperation. Each time, they looked like they were about to succeed. But in the end, it was still one step short of success. Recently, he had really been down on his luck, suffering Hi+ing defeats at South Qi Giant City repeatedly. Lord Eugene, rest assured. Give me another 5 days. Within 5 days, I'll definitely take down South Qi Giant City. Blood Promise said. Eugene's expression was cold as he said, "This is what you said." Chapter 2890 Blood Divine Sun. Chapter 2890 Blood Divine Sun. These few days, Yi Yuan had been in the void all this time, comprehending the origin of blood. Bloodline was a very miraculous thing. It was born from heavenly Tao and possessed great fortune, and could create everything in heaven and earth. This origin of blood was profound and complicated to the extreme. Yi Yuan's present realm was too low and was unable to pry into the essence at all. However, Yi Yuan's bloodline talent was extremely strong too. But this blood origin made him understand a little. Currently, Yi Yuan's realm had long already reached the limit of Saint Sovereign Heaven, and he could break through to true Sovereign Heaven at any time. Actually, after accepting the origin of blood, Yi Yuan's realm had already reached the brink of shattering. However, it was suppressed by him. But true Sovereign Heaven was different from Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. As long as he broke through, the aura of the Tao sword would no longer be able to be concealed, and the Tao tribulation would descend immediately. Therefore, Yi Yuan was currently suppressing his realm desperately. His strength had long already suppressed lower true sovereign heaven. Breaking through was effortless to him. Yi Yuan did not know how terrifying this Tao tribulation would be once he broke through. All in all, it would be very terrifying. As soon as he exited seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered that something was wrong. The great victory that came from the front lines spread in the entire Blood God temple with fervor. Even if he did not want to know, he could not do it either. It's really an unprecedented great victory this time. Killing a hegemon realm, the absolute heaven barrier is already in a precarious situation. Our blood race's hegemon realms are getting more and more, but Heaven One's hegemon realms are getting fewer and fewer. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. The day when we unify Grand Bright Jade complete heaven isn't far anymore. Hegemon Blood Sky is amazing too. The last time, when he received a backlash due to the spatial Pa-S Sageway, after he consumed hegemon blood and went into closed seclusion, his strength grew significantly instead. This time, he used the spatial confinement technique and ambushed hegemon Edgeless, completely sealing him off. He really rendered a great contribution. However, South Chi Giant City's battle doesn't seem to be going too smooth. Lord Blood Promise has already attacked wildly for close to 20 days and actually still couldn't take it down. Hearing these discussions, Yi Yuan's heart sunk to the bottom of the valley. Absolute Heaven Barrier actually lost a hegemon. This was simply a bolt out of the blue to Heaven One. Furthermore, South Chi Giant City was actually currently suffering a frenzied assault now. An army of 300,000 besieging South Chi Giant City actually still had not conquered it after attacking for 20 days. Feng Xiaotian was amazing. Hearing the news, Yi Yuan no longer had the mind to continue staying in the blood race anymore too. He was just about to go find Yang Qing, but Yang Qing was already one step ahead of him. These few days, his heart was burning with anxiety, waiting for Yi Yuan to leave seclusion all this while. No need to say any more. We'll go back immediately. Yi Yuan said. This. How do we go back? Yang Qing asked with uncertainty. Of course, it's swaggering back. Finished saying that, Yi Yuan immediately left. Yi Yuan went to find Yi Wugui right away. The other party's mood currently was clearly pretty good too. A monster like Yi Yuan appearing in the clan, the front lines also achieved a great victory. The present blood race was really like the noonday sun. Blood Azure, you came just in time. This seat is looking for you for something, Yi Wugui said very warmly. Although he was a hegemon, he also did not dare to treat Yi Yuan with too much impropriety now. An existence that the Mother Stone split off a trace of origin for, what kind of level he could reach in the future was really hard to say. Amen? City Lord, Your Excellency is finding me for something? Yi Yuan asked uncertainly. Yi Wugui said with a smile, It's naturally a wonderfully joyous thing. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa has already decided to confer you as Blood Divine Son. Within the next few days, he'll announce to the entire blood race and conduct the conferment grand ceremony. Today, Absolute Heaven Barriers battle has already made a major breakthrough. My blood race is really blessed with two joyous events at the same time. Blood Divine Son, this ident. 1. Tai was extraordinary. The blood race had Saint Sovereign 100 Sons, True Sovereign 100 Sons, and also the Emperor Sakra 10 Heavens. But there was not a Blood Divine Son yet. Who was the Blood Divine Son? That was the entire blood race's future. Only a powerful existence who was acknowledged by the entire clan had the qualifications to be conferred as Blood Divine Son. These few thousand years, the blood race had given birth to countless geniuses. But no one had been conferred as Blood Divine Son. At present, Yi Yuan, a human, actually did it. Becoming the blood divine son, Yi Yuan's status in the blood race shall become extremely transcendent. He would be the successor of W. A. N. Zhizhua. Yi Yuan could not help being taken back when he heard that. But, thinking about it, he felt at ease too. He obtained the Mother Stone's reward. This held great significance. His Tao sword was a heaven-defying object. When the Mother Stone felt the aura of the Tao sword, it showed a seldom-seen acknowledgement of him. This time, he really earned big. But Yi Yuan did not show the expected joy, shaking his head and saying, "Blood Azure has yet to make the smallest contribution. I can't take on the Tli of Blood Divine Son yet for the time being." Yi Wugui said in surprise, "Oh? What do you mean by this?" Yi Yuan said solemnly, "South Qi Giant City has been fighting fiercely without rest. It's precisely the time to build my career. Since Blood Azure wants to become Blood Divine Son, then how can breaking the absolute heaven barrier, this kind of a Stonies, Hi+ing exploit do without me?" Yi Wugui frowned and said, "But South Qi Giant City is very dangerous. It's probably not appropriate for you to go." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "City Lord Your Excellency, if I died at South Qi Giant City, then am I still fit to become the Blood Divine Son? Furthermore, does my blood race have anyone who fears battle?" Yi Wugui's pupils constricted, and he said with a nod, "Okay, what you said is right. I'll go and report to Lord W. A. N. Zhizhua immediately and request him to make a final decision." Yi Yuan said, "Since I'm going, then it naturally can't be me going alone." Presently, the true Sovereign 100 Sons and Saint Sovereign 100 Sons have just been chosen. They enjoy numerous privileges from the clan and should naturally serve the blood race too. City Lord Your Excellency, please let Yi Yuan lead them and render a contribution without equal. The next day, Yi Yuan brought the true Sovereign 100 Sons and Saint Sovereign 100 Sons and left Blood G.O.D. Temple, returning to Heaven One Continent. At the same time, the Blood G.O.D. Temple announced to the world, conferring Blood Azure as the Blood Divine Son. After Blood Azure broke through the absolute heaven barrier and achieved a contribution without equal, he would undergo the conferment grand ceremony. The moment this matter emerged, the entire blood race boiled over with excitement. The impact of this matter was too great. Who was the previous Blood Divine Son? It was none other than precisely Lord W. A. N. Zhizhua. Furthermore, since Lord W. A. N. Zhizhua ascended to the throne, there had been no more Blood Divine Son. Today, another Blood Divine Son actually appeared. However, no one questioned it. The might that Yi Yuan displayed during the 100 Sons battle was suffocating. If even this kind of monster could not be conferred as the Blood Divine Son, who else was worthy? Well deserving of being Lord Blood Divine Son. Before carrying out the conferment grand ceremony, he rushed to the most dangerous South Qi Giant City. The blood race is mighty. Lord Blood Divine Son coming into being, our blood race shall unify all the heavens. Lord Blood Divine Son shall return triumphantly and unify Grand Bright Jade complete heaven. When they set off, all eyes were gathered. The true Sovereign 100 Sons and Saint Sovereign 100 Sons all felt an upsurge of emotion. Although they were just a mere 201 people, each of them was worth 100. These 200 people were sufficient to match up to an army of tens of thousands. Moreover, there was still Yi Yuan, this freak. He had once slaughtered tens of thousands of those in the same rank with his power alone. At this time, everyone of the blood race believed that this team shall be the final straw to overwhelm South Qi Giant City. Chapter 2891, Making a Show of Force. Chapter 2891, Making a Show of Force. Outside of absolute heaven, there were cheers. Within absolute heaven, dark clouds were dense. The blood race conferred the Blood Divine Son, This kind of major event naturally transmitted into the absolute heaven barrier too. This undoubtedly piled even more troubles on the Heaven One Alliance, which was facing an internal revolt and a foreign invasion. Everyone, fellow Taoist edgeless demise dealt too great of a blow to us. Absolute heaven barrier's gap will enlarge further. Originally, this seat wanted to let all the sex elites cultivate with peace of mind in the rear, hoping that one or two hegemon realms could be produced. But now it probably can't be done anymore. In the absolute heaven barrier, Divine Lord's voice was very heavy. The chain reaction triggered by edgeless demise was seriously too big. His death affected not just South Chi Giant City but the entire absolute heaven barrier. Losing a hegemon realm force, the power of the absolute heaven barrier was naturally greatly reduced too. And the various major cities' passageways would also expand. There would be more bloodkins entering them. This way, the crisis that they would face would be all around. Each city needed even more powerhouses to be garrisoned before they could block the blood race's offensive. But, after so many years, Heaven One's losses were seriously too heavy. In these 20 days, Heaven One Alliance was already forcibly drafting itinerant cultivators to enter the various major cities. This bunch of blood race ARDS is unbelievably insidious. Humph. Scared of what? At most, just fight it out. If they really press your father into a corner, even if I die, a few others from the blood race will be dragged down too. Hegemon Cloudmount said with a cold snort. Old man Cloudmount, stop ting here. The urgent matter on hand is what to do about South Chi there? Hegemon Blacksun said. What else can we do? These are extraordinary times. The various sect's disciples are mostly training outside. Rounding up the disciples also needs time. There are still 10 days. As long as they can last 10 days, it will naturally be fine. If they can't last, then just hope for the best. Hegemon Cloudmount's face had a rarely seen look of solemnness. Clearly, the situation at present was already bad until it could not be worse. This time, I'm afraid that it's very difficult. The blood race has chosen a new blood divine son. This is a powerhouse that's sufficient to suppress an era. He brought the new Saint Sovereign and true Sovereign 100 Sons and has already arrived at Giant Net City. These 200 people are enough to hold off an army. Divine Lord's words revealed some helplessness. The rest also fell silent. Hegemon Cloudmount's expression stirred, and he suddenly said, I say, you guys, would ye you on that brat be among these Saint Sovereign 100 Sons or not? If there's him being an inside man, maybe we have a glimmer of hope? Hegemon Blacksun smiled disdainfully and said, Cloudmount, is your head spoiled? Saint Sovereign 100 Sons are born in the blood God temple. How many tricks the blood race have, even you and I don't know. Can he, a mere Saint Sovereign Heaven, really deceive all the hegemons? If he really went to take part in the 100 Sons battle, he'd probably be long dead at this time. The moment Cloudmount heard, he could not help sighing slightly too. Although Yi Yuan's blood imitation pill was incredible, the blood race's various means were very strange. No one could guarantee that there were some means to be able to find out. Then we can only depend on Feng Xiaotian himself this time. Divine Lord said helplessly. Kneel down. Blood Divine Son, Your Highness, this liege is making you kneel, can't understand? Bloodsword knelt down with a look of unwillingness. At this time, all eyes were watching. City Lord Su Mu led everyone to welcome Yi Yuan's party. The entire city was paying close attention. Presently, Yi Yuan's status had become different, comparable to that of a hegemon realm. Hence, the welcoming standards naturally could not be lowered. But they never expected that upon meeting, Yi Yuan dealt an opening gambit, directly making Bloodsword kneel. Bloodsword was an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse, Giant Net City's deputy city lord. This kind of powerhouse, His status was not low even in the Blood God temple. Now, he actually knelt down in front of the entire city. In reality, Su Mu and Bloodsword had been paying attention to the Hundred Suns battle all this while. Especially Bloodsword, he had been waiting for Yi Yuan to make a spectacle of himself all along. Wasn't he awesome? One had got to know that there were too many amazing people in the entire blood race, but the more he paid attention to it, the more slapped in the face he felt. It turned out that Yi Yuan had not even exerted half of his strength in Giant Net City. Going to Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor City, Yi Yuan similarly swept all away. In the end, he even turned the battle of Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns into a joke, everyone fighting to concede defeat. At that time, he felt like his chest was going to burst. What the hell? Was there still justice or not? However, very soon, a piece of news that made him shudder came over. Yi Yuan actually became the Blood Divine Sun. Even if he was Saint Sovereign Hundred Suns #1, sweeping away all Saint Sovereign Heavens, Bloodsword also would not dread Yi Yuan at all. But Blood Divine Sun was completely different. This was the next king. Obtaining this news, Bloodsword found it difficult to stomach blood and sleep easily at night. Sure enough, the moment they met today, Yi Yuan immediately enacted revenge. Yi Yuan looked at Bloodsword and said with a cold smile, "You feel that you're Emperor Sakra Heaven, so it's very impressive, right?" Bloodsword broke out in cold sweat and said, I dare not." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "This liege told you back then, Emperor Sakra Heaven is nothing in my eyes. Back then you shrugged it off. But you didn't expect that retribution would come so quickly, right?" Bloodsword hurriedly said, I dare not." Yi Yuan's eyes were like lightning, and he said with a cold snort, "My blood race warriors only have the right to survive by continuously improving in battles. Being killed, they can only blame themselves for being less skilled than others. Killed a descendant of yours, and you want to take revenge on this liege? So, if this liege wants to kill you now, is it also as simple as killing an ant?" Bloodsword sweated heavily and was practically crying. "Blood Divine Sun, Your Highness, spare my life." By the side, Blood Promise could not continue watching anymore and could only step forward to urge him. He said, "Blood Divine Sun, Your Highness." Bloodsword was also overly anxious about his beloved son and didn't have the intention to offend Your Highness. "Please, shut up for this liege. You fool, led an army of 300,000 elites and actually couldn't even take down a measly little South Chi giant city, and you actually still have the face to speak up for him? This liege hasn't settled scores with you yet." Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he scolded angrily. The current Yi Yuan was really awe-inspiring, killing G.O.D.S. if G.O.D.S. blocked. By the side, Yang Qing was envious to the extreme. "You, a human, freaking ran to the blood race to make such a show of force. It is really unbelievably satisfying. This Tlea of Blood Divine Sun was really too useful. Look at these Emperor Sakra Heavens. Which of them were not major powers level powerhouses? But they were like grandsons in front of Yi Yuan, unable to even retort. Awesome. Satisfying." Sure enough, Blood Promise's expression became as uncomfortable like he was constipated, forcefully ing back down the words at the back. Yi Yuan did not care about their feelings. He was about to reveal his ident. Tai soon. Not using authority when it was valid, it would become invalid after expiration. At this time, he naturally had to posture to the extreme. Why? Reprimanding you and you're unreconciled to it? In another few days, when Heaven 1 that side replenishes the troops, can you take down South Chi Giant City if I give you another 300,000? Yi Yuan stared intently at Blood Promise, making the latter feel a chill run down his spine. He really did not have the confidence when it came to this. Seeing Yi Yuan fly off the handle, he could only retreat embarrassingly. He Gem and Eugene, Bloodsword had once attempted to harm this liege. This liege is going to kill him now. You don't have objections, right? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly as he looked toward Hegemon Eugene, who was not far away. Chapter 2892 Deciding with a Word. Chapter 2892 Deciding with a Word. Eugene was slightly shocked in his heart. Everyone said that this new blood divine son killed people without batting an eyelid. Upon meeting today, it was indeed the case. Bloodsword was Emperor Sakra Heaven. You're killing him as you please? Making drastic changes to an organization upon taking charge was the first order of business to kill an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Impressive. This Bloodsword is an Emperor Sakra Heaven after all. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, His Hegemon road has basically been cut off already. If he's killed, he's killed. What does it matter? Could it be that our blood race is short of an Emperor Sakra Heaven? While that might be the case, but Emperor Sakra Heaven was Emperor Sakra Heaven after all. It was also not that easy for the blood race to groom an Emperor Sakra Heaven. But Yi Yuan's domineeringness still made Hegemon Eugene somewhat dissatisfied. No matter what, he was a Hegemon too. Could you not save some face for me? By the side, Bloodsword's complexion was long already ashen as he complained tearfully, Your Highness, I was wrong. I beg you, spare my lowly life. The great battle is about to start right away. It will also be a good thing for you to let me go kill a few Heaven One powerhouses. Kill your head. Your father wants to kill you so that fewer people will die at your hands. No need. Having you or missing you is inconsequential. It's been more than 20 days. You all have not taken South Qi Giant City either. What do I want you for? Blood Promise, he's your subordinate. You do it, Yi Yuan said to Blood Promise with a nonchalant look. Actually, Yi Yuan wanted to kill Blood Promise more. This guy was the real butcher. The Heaven One powerhouses that died at his hands were beyond count. One should not look at how Blood Promise suffered losses at Feng Xiaotian's hands repeatedly. He was a genuine origin powerhouse. In terms of strength, he was not the slightest bit weaker than those extreme medicine sect pavilion elders. Otherwise, having lost an army of 100,000 the last time, it was impossible for the blood race to let him take charge of this army again. It could be seen that the blood race quite acknowledged his strength as well. Blood Promise used an affirming gaze and looked toward Hegemon Eugene. The latter nodded slightly, which was counted as approving it. Hegemon Eugene was helpless too. The new blood divine son was a popular man. If he could not even take care of this first order of business, the blood divine son would not spare him too. At that time, probably even Lord W. Ang's would be looking for trouble. Therefore, he could only sacrifice Bloodsword. Seeing this scene, Bloodsword's complexion was ashen, knowing that he was dead for sure. Blood Promise let out a sigh and said, Younger brother Bloodsword, I'm sorry. This is the first order that His Highness gave. This seat can't defy it either. Finished saying, Blood Promise's palm pressed against Bloodsword's head and spat out a force. The latter was directly annihilated. From start to end, Bloodsword did not dare to resist in the slightest. Behind Yi Yuan, Yang Qing's heart was about to jump out. This was too freaking awesome. One sentence and an Emperor Sakra Heaven powerhouse died. One had to know, how great a price did Heaven One had to pay to kill an Emperor Sakra Heaven? Even if there was the help of the city protecting Grand Array, wanting to kill an Emperor Realm powerhouse was also as hard as ascending to heaven. In the great battle under the absolute heaven barrier, there were many wounded but few death. For so many years, the Emperor Realm powerhouses that Heaven One really killed were actually not many either. On the contrary, many of the blood race's Emperor Realm powerhouses died at the hands of their own people. But today, Yi Yuan decided with a word, eradicating a mighty Emperor Sakra Heaven expert. Wonderful! After the blood race learned that their blood divine son was actually a human, Yang Qing wondered what kind of reaction it would be like. Even thinking about it felt a little exciting. Blood Promise had a troubled expression too. Bloodsword was considered his subordinate, and his relations, HI+P with him was still considered pretty good. Today, he actually personally ended him. Blood Promise, you seem to be very reluctant. Yi Yuan looked at Blood Promise and said with a smile that was not a smile. Blood Promise was startled in his heart and hurriedly said, haha, why would I? Bloodsword, he actually dared to plot to murder your highness, that's his way of seeking death. This subordinate is honored to the extreme to be able to act for your highness. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, don't pull this C.R.A.P. with this liege. Blood Promise, you're a piece of Traz. Plus this army of 300,000 were all drawn from the elites who partook. 1p. Aided in the 100 Suns battle, their combat power increased more than tenfold compared to before. Even like this, you failed to take down South Qi Giant City. Blood Promise had a look of embarrassment as he said, yes, your highness is right. Your highness, please give me a few more days. An origin powerhouse was scolded as trash by someone just like that. But he did not have any temper at all, and he even had to humor Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves and said lightly, no need. 3 days later, launch the general offensive. Emperor Realm powerhouses will be commanded by you. Those under Emperor Realm will be commanded by this liege. This liege will let you know how incompetent you are. With one sentence, he directly stripped Blood Promise of his military power. With regards to this, Blood Promise was naturally very disdainful in his heart. Not being in his position, one totally would not know how difficult this battle was. This time, he really led his men in a charge, fighting with Feng Xiaotian until both sides were wounded and defeated, and did not shrink back at all. However, it still made no difference. Each time, they would see hope of breaching the city. But every time, they would return in defeat. Really think that you can change all these because you're the Blood Divine Son? War was not just about competing in strength. However, he did not care too much about Yi Yuan seizing power. It would be best for this battle to fail. With Blood Divine Son His Highness as the meat cuz. HI+ his failure would not seem so conspicuous anymore. With your highness personally holding down the fort, our blood race will surely win this battle. Breaking down the absolute heaven barrier will be 3 days later. Blood Promise curried favor as he said. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Blood Promise, don't give me that. Now lead this liege to take a look at South Qi Giant City. No matter how one looked at him, Yi Yuan behaved like a complacent genius. Such a genius was also the easiest to suffer a disastrous defeat. Blood Promise was filled with disdain in his heart. No matter how amazing you were also merely just a puny little saint sovereign heaven. Really think that you could dictate this way on your own? However, Yi Yuan's approach was quite agreeable with Giant Net City's blood race powerhouses. This Blood Divine Son was decisive in going for the kill and executed things in a sweeping manner. He was a good commander-in-chief. Everyone felt invigorated with such a Blood Divine Son. Yi Yuan swept across those in the same rank in the 100 Suns battle. It had already swept with great fervor. Presently, Yi Yuan was simply a God-like existence in their hearts. Very soon, Yi Yuan brought the 100 Suns powerhouses and said through the Pas Sageway, arriving outside of South Qi Giant City. Seeing the present South Qi Giant City, Yi Yuan and Yang Qing's hearts shook wildly. He was really unable to imagine how Feng Xiaotian and the powerhouses in the city pulled through these 20 days. There were corpses everywhere outside the city. In this brief respite, no one went to collect the dead bodies either. It was because the powerhouses in the city were mutilating all of their strength to prepare for the next frenzied great battle. South Qi Giant City was already in utter dilapidation. The city protecting Grand Array had also lost its fierceness back then a long time ago. The scattered formation path powerhouses were currently using the lesser origin restoration art to repair the array formation. It was just that even with the lesser origin restoration art, there was no way to restore the array formation to its peak within a short time either. This was because those formation path powerhouses were already pretty much all dead. During the past 20 days, it was an endless darkness to South Qi Giant City. The appearance of Yi Yuan's party made South Qi Giant City immediately go on alert. Feng Xiaotian was the first to rush up on top of the city walls, looking over here from afar. When his gaze landed on that figure right at the front, his entire person was immediately petrified. The shock in his heart simply could not be any greater. Chapter 2893 Are You Trash or Not? Chapter 2893 Are You Trash or Not? I assent that Yi Yuan? Why did Blood Promise have an obsequious appearance standing next to him? This was too fantastical. A human saint sovereign heaven ran to the blood race, and even an origin realm Emperor Sakra heaven had to be reverent and respectful towards him? Yi Yuan naturally changed his appearance when he went to the blood race. But others did not know that that was Yi Yuan, but Feng Xiaotian knew. Before leaving, Yi Yuan left with this appearance and this aura. See, could it be that No, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Feng Xiaotian seemed to have thought of something and could not help shuddering. He was going to defy this idea instinctively. But, apart from that ident. 1. Tai, why would an existence like Blood Promise be so deferential and respectful towards him? This was too shocking. Originally, hearing the news that the new Blood Divine Sun had arrived, Feng Xiaotian had despaired. Although the Blood Divine Sun's strength was nothing to do, in this kind of war, the function of Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens were indispensable. A squad of 200 people was sufficient to match up to an army of 30,000. Moreover, there was still a blood race army of 200,000 behind these 200 people. But now Yi Yuan stood in front of him, having become the blood race's Blood Divine Sun. That's the blood race's new Blood Divine Sun? Looks nothing more than that. Don't underestimate him. You're also aware of how many casualties the Saint Sovereign and True Sovereign 100 Suns have caused us for so many years. This Blood Divine Sun must be even more extraordinary. This guy is really arrogant. He's patrolling on top of the city walls so openly and brazenly. Does he really think that we don't dare to kill him? In the city, many powerhouses revealed killing intent. They had long already hated the blood race to the core. Let alone that the people who came this time, their ident. 1. Ties were extraordinary. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his brows furrowing slightly as he said in a cold voice, "There are at most 10,000 over people in this South Qi Giant City. You can't even take down such a city. Blood Promise, you're really a piece of Traz." Plus, this was already not Yi Yuan's first time calling him trash. Blood Promise wished to smack Yi Yuan to death with one palm. But sadly, he could not. Yi Yuan scolded. He could only listen. Your Highness isn't aware. These guys put up a stubborn resistance. It's really a tough bone to bite on. After the great battle begins, Your Highness will know how stubborn these guys are. Blood Promise defended himself. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "Oh, is that so?" Suddenly, Yi Yuan's figure moved, and he actually rushed straight for South Qi Giant City. Everyone was dumbfounded. Did he go insane? It was true that the blood race was powerful, but you, a Saint Sovereign Heaven, was this trying to defy the heavens? Really think that after you became the Blood Divine Sun, you became invincible under the heavens? Please, one of their Emperor realms could smack you to death with a slap, alright? Si, of course, Yi Yuan would not be foolish enough to go and assault Emperor realms. He was going for the Heaven One main camp. The main camp was separate from the Emperor realms. Otherwise, once Emperor realms fought, how could those under Emperor realms still survive? Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, Many Heaven-won Emperor realms were eager for action. Feng Xiaotian said nonchalantly without leaving a trace. Although my Heaven-won is weak, it's also not what a measly little saint sovereign heaven can trample recklessly. Let him posture. This city lord wants to see how much capability this new blood divine son has. Feng Xiaotian was absolutely paramount at South Qi Giant City. The words that he said, there were naturally no one who refuted. Moreover, these emperor realms were also quite interested in Yi Yuan, this blood divine son. What kind of genius could become the blood race's blood divine son? Blood Premi's scalp tingled. Was this fellow brain damaged? If the blood divine son were to die here, he would not be able to clear his name even by jumping into the Yellow River. However, seeing that Feng Xiaotian did not move either, he calmed down slightly. Before entering the Grand Array, Yi Yuan gave Feng Xiaotian a look. Seeing this look, Feng Xiaotian's heart that had been tense for over 20 days, finally eased up. Although he did not spend a long time with Yi Yuan, they became the firmest of friends. At this time, one look was enough. He knew that Yi Yuan was telling him that he would settle the blood race's side. He did not know what kind of means Yi Yuan had, to be able to block an army of 200,000. But he had faith in Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually became the blood divine son. If not for seeing it with his own eyes, he would never have dreamed it, right? This sort of thing already surpassed their understanding. Even this kind of miracle happened, so what else did he have to not trust Yi Yuan? Boom! The city protecting Grand Array directly landed, and all kinds of terrifying attacks fell toward Yi Yuan. That power made everyone's complexions turn pale. The direction of the main camp was the weak spot of the Grand Array, which was also to deal with some troops below Emperor Realm. But, no matter how weak, it was sufficient to kill a measly little saint sovereign heaven too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's body erupted with a brilliant bloodlight. A surge of origin power gushed forth, protecting him firmly in the center. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually withstood the Grand Array and rushed into the main camp. In the main camp, those soldiers were greatly astonished, charging toward Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan had a disdainful look as he said in a cold voice, "A bunch of ants also dare to stop this liege's invincible might. Die for me. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus." Yi Yuan's hands fired out rays of bloodlight. Those saints' sovereign heavens, even some true sovereign heaven, died upon contact. In a twinkle, Yi Yuan killed nearly 100 people. Feng Xiaotian's expression could not help changing drastically at this time, saying in a fierce voice, "Blood Azure punk, this city lord is definitely going to tear you to shreds." However, at this time, Yi Yuan already pulled away, sing right through the Grand Array, returning to his own camp. The blood race's side was deathly silent. This was too impressive. Russ. Hi plus ing into the Heaven One's main camp by himself and retreating unscathed after killing 100 people. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Everyone's gazes turned toward Blood Promise with strange faces. Just now, you said that this bone was very tough to bite? Your words had yet to fade and His Highness already went to kill and came back. This face was slapped resoundingly. The sound of face slapping seemed to be traveling through the air. Yi Yuan looked at Blood Promise and said coolly, "This is the tough bone that you said was hard to chew on?" Blood Promise had a look of embarrassment as he said, "Why, your Highness's invincible might is unmatched. Blood Promise is far inferior." Yi Yuan sneered and said, "Inferior? This liege said that you're trash, but you weren't convinced. Now, do you think you're trash or not?" "I'm trash." H. Plus, Blood Promise wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Too freaking embarrassing. You, Blood Promise, led an army of several 100,000 and failed to invade after attacking for many centuries. The moment Blood Divine Son His Highness came, he breached it on his own. Although it was just circling one round and casually killed a few people, this was a crazy face-slapping act to Heaven One, a wild show of contempt. Could he, Blood Promise, do it? Whatever Heaven One was powerful, whatever put up a stubborn resistance, it was utter rubbish. Plus in the end, he was a piece of Traz. Plus, Your Highness is mighty. Your Highness' divine might is unparalleled. The blood race will unify Grand Brightjade complete heaven today. Waves of cheering erupted behind Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's slight display of skill directly boosted the blood race's morale to the extreme. Chapter 2894 Sold and Still Counting Money. Chapter 2894 Sold and Still Counting Money. Giant Net City was completely boiling over with excitement. Blood Divine Sun His Highness went on a solo run and directly punched through South Qi Giant City. This kind of glorious battle achievement was unprecedented. Furthermore, Blood Divine Sun His Highness actually had the power of origin on his body. There was actually the power of origin on a Saint Sovereign Heaven's body. The general populace did not know the existence of the Chaos Bloodstone. But it did not matter. It was sufficient for them to know that a Saint Sovereign Heaven had the power of origin in his body. Yi Yuan's prestige had no equal for some time. Even when Eugene heard this news, he was stunned too. He felt that this Blood Divine Sun was unreliable and somewhat had grandiose ambitions without real ability. He did not expect that he really had some skill. Even with the power of origin protecting, it was not an easy thing to pierce through South Qi Giant City either. Otherwise, Blood Promise, these few origin powerhouses would have long charged over. The encouragement that this battle brought to the blood race was enormous. They deeply believed that Giant Net City's army could break through the absolute heaven barrier under the lead of the Blood Divine Sun and render a peerlessly amazing contribution. What Yi Yuan wanted was precisely this effect. 3 days later, the army was done assembling. Even though it was said that it was 200,000 people, actually, there were only 180,000 at present. In these few days of sieging the city, the blood race still lost 20,000. Yi Yuan stood before the army, awe-inspiring as if he was without equal in the world. His gaze swept across the army, and he shouted, "Everyone, this is this liege's first battle, and it's also the battle to rectify our name. In this battle, this liege will lead you all and breach South Qi Giant City, completing an exploit without equal. Do you all trust me?" The blood race advocated strength. Yi Yuan had long already proven his strength in the 100 Suns battle. The solo run 3 days ago even made his prestige reach a level like it was the noonday sun. Your Highness will definitely win. The blood race will definitely win. Over 200,000 people's voices shook the sky, reverberating throughout the whole world. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, were filled with looks of wars. Hi+P. They firmly believed that this was the leader that was leading them toward the light. Blood Promise watched this scene and could not help feeling incredibly ashamed too. He had led the army for so many years and never enjoyed such prestige before either. With this momentum, why worry that South Qi Giant City would not be destroyed? Facing Yi Yuan, he actually felt ashamed of his unworthiness. Set off. Under his word of command, the army departed. Bearing down the borders in large numbers, South Qi Giant City experienced the pain of despair once again. Especially when they saw this army's mental outlook and aura were already totally different. In the past, the blood race suffered repeated setbacks and had low morale. Their combat power often could not be unleashed. But today, this army had an unstoppable momentum, as if they were reborn anew. They were clear in their hearts that it was because a new leader was born among them. This new leader was actually someone who killed his way into South Qi Giant City. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation to South Qi's soldiers. "Brother Feng, this situation is bad." Feng Xiaotian's right-hand man, Similarly an origin powerhouse, Chen Yi said with a frown. Feng Xiaotian's brows also furrowed tightly. What the hell I was Yi Yuan doing? That day, he gave him a look, making him deliberately go easy. This clearly made Yi Yuan's prestige reach the peak. But what help was this to this war? This guy would not have turned traitor, right? As for what medicine Yi Yuan was selling in his gourd, Feng Xiaotian was not clear either. Repelling 200,000 blood race elites, this was absolutely not an easy matter. Even if Feng Xiaotian believed in Yi Yuan, he also could not figure out what Yi Yuan could use to save South Qi Giant City. Let's see what happens first, Feng Xiaotian said in a solemn voice. Far away, Yi Yuan stood before the army, awe-inspiring. He looked at Blood Promise and said coldly, Blood Promise, Feng Xiaotian will be left to you. The number of our emperor realms is 3 times that of theirs. This time, if you still can't deal with Feng Xiaotian, carry your head to come see me. Blood Promise's expression turned somber, and he said in a solemn voice, Your Highness rest assured, I'll definitely take Feng Xiaotian down this time. As he said, he led the Emperor Realm powerhouses and charged straight for South Qi Giant City. Over on the Heaven One's main camp, each and every one was akin to facing a great enemy, awaiting the fierce onslaught of the Blood Race army. However, Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at one of the true sovereign heavens and said coolly, You, bring 3,000 men and attack in that direction. Yes. The true sovereign heaven was very excited, bringing 3,000 men and immediately rushed over. Everyone, including the Heaven One army, was waiting for Yi Yuan's next order. But there were none. That true sovereign heaven thought that they were just the vanguard and that the remaining army would come over right away. But he did not see any movements until his death. Why? Your Highness, why? On his deathbed, that true sovereign heaven shouted crazily. 3,000 versus 15,000, and it was even while withstanding the city protecting Grand Array. The Heaven One army simply killed them as easy as blowing away dust. Furthermore, the direction that Yi Yuan pointed to was precisely where the Grand Array was extremely strong. These people directly became cannon fodders and did not even stir up a single wave. Why? The Blood Race army also really wanted to ask, but Yi Yuan's current prestige was like the noonday sun. Although they had misgivings, they believed Yi Yuan without a shadow of a doubt and felt that Yi Yuan's action definitely had a deep meaning. You, bring 3,000 people and go attack in that direction. Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign heaven and gave the same order. However, the direction of the attack this time changed to a different place. Except, this place was similarly where the Grand Array was extremely strong. The true sovereign heaven hesitated for a bit but still brought 3,000 men and rushed right away. On the battlefield, obeying orders came first. The result was the same as before. The Heaven One army wiped out 6,000 Blood Race troops virtually unscathed. Everyone was struck senseless. What the hell was this? Courting death? The third time, Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign heaven and still brought 3,000 people. This time, everyone's faith in Yi Yuan finally wavered. People were not stupid. And, body was willing to court death. The true sovereign heaven said, Your Highness, may I ask why? Yi Yuan said, Are you willing to sacrifice for the Blood Race? The true sovereign heaven nodded and said, Of course. But I don't want to die meaninglessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can it be meaningless? Blood Promise, that fool doesn't know anything. He only knows how to attack the city like a headless fly. It's been several centuries, and he's completely clueless about where the weakness of South Qi Giant City lies. That's right, you all are delivering yourselves to death, but your deaths are absolutely not meaningless. Although this city protecting Grand Array is powerful, it has weak spots too. As long as we figure out the weak spots, breaching South Qi Giant City will be as easy as turning over our hands. Therefore, if you figure it out, you'll be our Blood Race's heroes. It looks like we have some casualties now, but in the end, we'll definitely lose a lot less people. Who's H? Plus the blood race seethed with excitement. Indeed, well deserving of being Blood Divine's son, His Highness, peerlessly brilliant. Yi Yuan's explanation immediately convinced everyone, and when the Heaven One army there heard Yi Yuan's words, they immediately felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. The joy of victory from earlier immediately vanished without a trace. And just as Yi Yuan said, no matter how strong the array formation, it had weak spots too. Once the weak spots were found, then they would not be able to resist at all. It was not that Blood Promise was stupid, but it was that the blood race really knew absolutely nothing about formation Tao. Therefore, he could only use brute force. The Heaven One army's powerhouses all had solemn expressions. This Blood Divine son was indeed different. At least, he still understood the Tao of array formations a little. This was already remarkable. Sure enough, under Yi Yuan's fooling, that true sovereign heaven brought 3,000 men to go and die again. The battle had not been fought yet, and the blood race had already lost 10,000 men. Behind Yi Yuan, Yang Qing had no expression, but his heart had long already blossomed with joy. This guy was too capable of hoodwinking others. The blood race, this bunch of fools, was sold by him and still counting money for him. Chapter 2895 My motives weren't pure to begin with. Chapter 2895 My motives weren't pure to begin with. Your look when selling people earnestly is really quite handsome. Yang Qing really wanted to yell. You bunch of morons were sold. Everyone's dumbfounded looks really made people look forward to it. However, Yi Yuan already started selling people. This scene should be visible very soon. Over there, Blood Promise and Feng Xiaotian were currently fighting fiercely. But, hearing Yi Yuan's words, what they were thinking in their hearts were different. Blood Promise was originally questioning Yi Yuan too, but hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, he thought to himself that His Highness was indeed formidable. No wonder he could become the Blood Divine son. While Feng Xiaotian was struck dumb with amazement in his heart, when did it become so easy to kill bloodkins? He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used this sort of method to scam the blood race. No idea how many of them had to die to kill one bloodkin. But Yi Yuan killed tens of thousands in one move. Previously, Yi Yuan already entrapped 100,000 bloodkins. In a blink of an eye today, he entrapped another 10,000. However, it was really very satisfying. If the blood race could all be killed like this, how great would it be? How many brothers would not need to die on the battlefield? However, he naturally knew that this was just an extravagant hope. Closely following that, Yi Yuan sold again and again. Each time, he changed to a different direction. But, without the slightest exception, they all went to places where the city-protecting Grand Array was strong. In the beginning, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was brilliant and mighty. But gradually they also sensed that something was not right. In this short while, 40 to 50,000 people had already died. At this rate, everyone would be dead, and they might not even be able to probe where the Grand Array's weak spots were. Your Highness, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate, right? Over 40,000 people have already died, but it's not working at all. At this rate, when will it end? The one speaking was a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse. He was also the #1 person in true Sovereign 100 Sons, Shui Yi. He clearly had this qualification to question Yi Yuan. Your Highness, we can't carry on probing like this anymore. Yeah, Your Highness, let's attack the city. The moment Shui Yi opened his mouth, many people concurred. They seriously could not look on anymore. Over 180,000 people were reduced to only 140,000 in a short while. These 40,000 people could have killed a few thousand of South Cheese people no matter what, right? But now they were dead without even harvesting anything. Are you questioning this liege? Or are you all questioning this liege? How this liege does things, do I still need you all to teach? Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Those people immediately stopped speaking. These days, Yi Yuan's ACC. Mulat prestige was put into full play at this moment. But Yi Yuan also knew that it would not last long anymore. That's right, Your Highness' move must have a profound meaning. I'll support Your Highness. Yang Qing also came forward in a timely manner at this time. These words also won the approval of many people. Yi Yuan still had quite the foundation in this army. Sure enough, these words immediately silenced the doubt. You, bring 3,000 people to attack that spot. Yi Yuan pointed at Shui Yi and said in a cold voice. Shui Yi's expression changed. His gaze when looking toward Yi Yuan was full of chilliness. Previously, those true sovereign heaven strengths were ordinary. They were merely just some cannon fodders. If they died, then they died. But the true sovereign 100 Suns number 1 going to be the cannon fodder was somewhat overboard, right? What? You want to defy orders? Or do you not want to dedicate your life for our race at all? Yi Yuan's eyes also turned cold. Shui Yi clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He had currently fallen into a dilemma. Go die. Not going, still die. Being confronted by a formidable enemy, defying the order that the blood divine sun gave, this was no joke. Fine, I'll go. But I hope that I'm the last batch to go. If I die under the Grand Array, Your Highness, please attack the city. At this rate, our numbers won't be able to take down South Qi anymore. Shui Yi said in a solemn voice. Just you go. This liege has in mind what should be done. This liege is the blood divine son, Ji's successor. Could it be that I can still be helping the Heaven One Alliance? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. At this time, Yi Yuan highlighted his ident. 1. Tai as Ji's successor, and this immediately suppressed Shui Yi's provocation. Yeah, what reason did Ji's successor have to let himself fail in taking over the city? This defeat would be a fatal blow to the Blood Divine Sun's reputation. One had to know, the Blood Divine Sun had not been officially conferred yet. Shui Yi went. Then he died. These 3,000 people were still completely wiped out. Shui Yi's strength naturally went without saying. But, no matter how strong he was, the number of people he brought was also too few. Facing the Grand Array and the Heaven One army, he could only take the road that led to death. Yang Qing's heart blossomed with joy. Shui Yi this D.A.M. N thing was actually scammed to death by Yi Yuan just like this. Ha 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 ha. The 100 Suns battle, this guy defeated him and even humiliated him on the stage. Excited. No matter how impressive you were also not as impressive as your father's bro. Your father's brother could take your life with a word. Yet you could not do anything about it. You, go and try over there. Yi Yuan pointed at another true sovereign 100 Sun and said. Just now, he made a lot of noise. Who would Yi Yuan target if not him? That true sovereign 100 Sun was dumbfounded. Are you freaking finished yet? This time, the questioning voices grew louder. And Shui Yi's words still stirred up many people's nerve. This battle had not yet been fought and several tens of thousands of people had already died. It would be strange if they did not have any thoughts. If Yi Yuan was not the rare blood divine son, these bloodkins would have long revolted. It was also that the blood divine son's awe-inspiring reputation was too great, coupled with Yi Yuan's explosive performance before, that let Yi Yuan last until now. That 100 Sun still went. Then he still died. After many true sovereign 100 Suns were scammed to death successively, Blood Promise was finally the first to explode. Blood Azure, what are you doing? Over 50,000 people had already died and you still haven't started the battle. Your method doesn't work, hurry up and attack the city. Blood Promise said angrily. Yi Yuan said coolly, how this liege does things, it's still not your turn to come and point fingers and order me about. Blood Promise said in a great fury, Bullsh**t. I'm this army's commander. This battle concerns the bigger picture. I can't sit idly by and remain indifferent. Yi Yuan still said nonchalantly, Who the hell do you think you are? To dare be so impudent to this liege? Your Highness, this subordinate feels that what Lord Bloodpromise says is right. We should attack the city already. The one speaking was Bloodage, Saint Sovereign's number one. With him taking the lead, the other 100 sons also came forward to oppose it. Your Highness, we should attack the city already. Your Highness can't carry on probing like this. Your Highness, if we still don't attack the city, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Even at this point, they still did not dare to question Yi Yuan easily, but they only urged him to attack the city. But these people's meaning was already very clear. Yi Yuan pointed at Bloodage and said coolly, You go. Bloodage's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, I'm not going. Yi Yuan's gaze turned chilly and he said angrily, You dare defy orders? Bloodage said with a cold snort, Your Highness, Bloodage has no choice but to defy orders. I want to ask, who else wants to go and be cannon fodder? Everyone was silent. Clearly, Yi Yuan had already exhausted the last trace of his prestige. This army did not have anyone who listened to him anymore. However, he naturally did not care. This was the result that he wanted in the first place. Your Highness, pardon Bloodage for being bold. Right now, I'm very doubtful of your motives. Bloodage looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, The 100 sons did not have fools. It was just that due to Yi Yuan's ident. 1. No one dared to come forward and question him. But now, things had already developed to this stage. They had no choice but to come forward and oppose Yi Yuan already. These people naturally would not be stupid until they would only understand after Yi Yuan killed everyone. Originally, Yi Yuan's gaze when looking at Bloodage was very angry. But suddenly, he grinned and said, Don't need to doubt it. What you're thinking is correct. My motives weren't pure to begin with. Chapter 2896 Revealing ident.I.tie, all shocked. Chapter 2896 Revealing ident. 1. Tai all shocked. All of a sudden, the aura on Yi Yuan's body changed greatly. That monstrous BLOODY aura actually suddenly became a human's aura, and his appearance also underwent an upheaval change. Everyone was immediately stunned. What was this playing at? Especially the blood race powerhouses, each and every one was shocked until their eyeballs popped out. What's going on? Blood Divine Son His Highness is a human? Are my eyes failing me? Really freaking seeing ghosts. This scene was seriously too shocking. No matter who it was, and body expected that such a dramatic scene would occur. Our king's successor, the new generation king, was actually a human? Was there a mistake? Over there, when Bloodpromise, who was currently fighting fiercely with Feng Xiaotian, saw this bizarre scene, he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. However, Feng Xiaotian was long prepared, seizing this gap and destroying half of Bloodpromise's body with one move. Succeeding with one move, Feng Xiaotian was not in a hurry to chase down anymore, but smiled and said, I didn't expect that your blood race's blood divine son is actually of our human race. Ha ha. This sudden change was seriously too explosive. Bloodpromise had just regenerated his body and directly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This was too demoralizing. The battle had not been fought yet, and they already lost tens of thousands of lives. In the end, their command-in-chief was actually the enemy. Blood Divine Son, how transcendent was that status, how blee was the ident. 1 Tai. In the blood race, he was practically below one person and above everyone else. Even hegemon realms did not dare to easily offend him as well. But such a transcendent existence was actually given to a human. This was truly a huge irony. Bloodpromise's 2 eyes were virtually spewing fire. He stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said angrily, Blood Azure, who on earth are you? His words asked the question that everyone had. Who on earth was he? Yi Yuan smiled and said, looks like your memory isn't very good. The last time, didn't you lose an army of 100,000 at my hands? Blood Premise's pupils constricted, and he cried out in alarm, you're Yi Yuan. How is this possible? It was naturally not that he had a bad memory. It was just that in the previous great battle, Yi Yuan was merely an insignificant minor character. How could he, an Emperor Sakra Heaven, possibly know Yi Yuan? It was also later on, after all sorts of intel were transmitted back, Blood Promise knew that he was actually defeated at the hands of a Saint Sovereign Heaven brat. However, how long had it been? How did Yi Yuan become the blood race's blood divine son with a sway of his body? This was too horrifying. Yes, beyond the shock, Blood Promise had a hair-raising feeling. A human changed his appearance and entered the blood race. He became the head of the 100 Sons, entered the Blood God Temple, and even obtained the Mother Stone's recognition in the end, becoming the Blood Divine Son. This series of events was simply a mythological story. It sounded fantastical, but it genuinely happened. He was actually pointed in the face by a human Saint Sovereign Heaven and scolded trash? An ant-like thing was actually ordering him about? Blood Promise really felt like he had incredibly bad luck at this time. And no wonder he slaughtered his peers crazily in the 100 Sons battle. Bloodage thought of something too, his pupils constricting. Even he nearly died at Yi Yuan's hands too. Crazy. Completely insane. From the start of the 100 Sons battle under now, how many blood race elites died under his hands? Tens of thousands. Adding in today's 50,000 people, Yi Yuan had already killed close to 100,000 blood race Saint Sovereign Heavens. Among them, there were many who were peerless geniuses, existence who might be able to become hegemons in the future. Suddenly, Blood Promise felt like his heart was dripping blood. This was really a freaking stroke of marvel. The Heaven One Alliance side was struck senseless too. The blood race's blood divine son was actually Yi Yuan? What the hell? Just now I was still scolding this guy for being a moron unleas. HI plus in careless moves. The attacking points that he chose were all areas where the Grand Array was the strongest. Could it be that the blood divine son was an idiot? Today the truth came to light. Ha ha. Too satisfying. Slaughtered 50,000 bloodkins without losing a single troop. Among them was also someone like the number 1 true sovereign, Shui. Too awesome. This was really heaven helping our Heaven One Alliance. At the moment of desperation, such an amazing figure actually appeared. Big Brother Yuan is mighty. You're my idol. Too satisfying. Previously you scammed 100,000 bloodkins to death. Now you scammed another 50,000 elites to death. Impressive. Big Brother Yuan, I love you too much. The Heaven One generals and soldiers were already agitated until they were rambling. The impact that Yi Yuan gave everyone by revealing his ident. 1. Tai was seriously too strong. This resulted in the entire battle falling into a brief respite. Blood Premise's pair of eyes already wanted to drip blood. He bellowed, "Kill! Everyone, give up on attacking the city and kill this bastard for me!" This roar reverberated throughout the sky, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt slightly. It could be seen how enraged the current Blood Promise was. When he became enraged, the Blood Race army finally reacted. The 180,000-strong army was already just left with 130,000 plus at this time. But this force was enough to annihilate Yi Yuan 10,000 times over. Feng Xiaotian's expression changed too, instinctively wanting to go over. But, before he moved, Blood Promise brought a group of Emperor realms and charged over. Want to save him? No chance. Since he wants to be a hero, then he should have thought of what the consequences would be. Blood Premise's words carried thick cruelty. Feng Xiaotian was tied down by Blood Promise and the rest, and could not get away at all. And the faces of the Heaven One Army's soldiers and generals also changed drastically. Just now, they only cared about being excited and completely forgot that Yi Yuan was still in the enemy camp. There was an army of more than 100,000 around him. But they could not move. They only had over 10,000 people. Once they went out of the city, without the protection of the Grand Array, they would be eaten up by this army of more than 100,000 until not even dregs remained. Right at this time, Feng Xiaotian gave an angry roar. "Whole army, move out of the city! Save Yi Yuan at all costs!" This was gambling the fate of the entire city. In Feng Xiaotian's view, even if South Qi Giant City fell, it was not as important as one Yi Yuan too. This series of supernatural-like manipulation truly shocked all the heavens. Most likely, another Yi Yuan could not be found in the 33 heavens. This was a legendary-like figure. He absolutely could not let him die. Therefore, he gave this order without the slightest hesitation. His order was carried out at once. The commander of the army had already led the army to prepare to go out of the city. When Blood Promise saw this scene, he could not help being wildly elated in his heart. This was precisely the scene that he wanted to see. So what if one Yi Yuan scammed tens of thousands of people to death? As long as South Qi Giant City was breached, he would be the blood race's great meritorious official. At that time, he would be able to enter the void and gain enlightenment on the Chaos Bloodstone. Hegemon realm was near at hand. When Yi Yuan heard this order, he felt a warmth in his heart too. However, he shouted coldly, "All stop for me. Leave the remaining over 100,000 people to me." Over 100,000 bloodkin army, each person's face revealed an extremely odd look. This guy did not go crazy, right? Chapter 2897. Jaw-dropping play. Chapter 2897. Jaw-dropping play. This guy was doing it again? In the crowd, Yang Qing's pupils constricted, instinctively feeling fear. Back then, that spectacular scene at sea was still fresh in his memory until now. But, thinking back, Yi Yuan seemed to not have transcended tribulation for a long time already. The last time he overcame tribulation, it was when he broke through to Upper Saint Sovereign Heaven. Thinking up to here, his scalp could not help tingling. Other people did not know how terrifying Yi Yuan's Tao tribulation was, but he knew. Motherf *Ker, following this guy really has 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. While it was satisfying, he was playing with his life every day. Yang Qing knew, but the rest did not know. When they heard Yi Yuan's words, they felt that it was laughable to the extreme. Hoo-hoo, our Lord Blood Divine Son said that he's going to deal with the 100 over 1,000 of us by himself. Impressive. Indeed well deserving of being Lord Blood Divine Son. Lord Blood Divine Son, even if we stand here and let you kill, you'll also have to kill until your hands turn into jelly, right? They knew that Yi Yuan was formidable. If they were all Saint Sovereign Heavens, they really might not be able to stop him. But there were also several thousand true Sovereign Heavens present. Among them, there were even 100 Suns-level powerhouses. Could Yi Yuan alone deal with so many? If over 100,000 people were killed by Yi Yuan, then wouldn't that be a joke? Waste your breath with him for? Attack together and kill him for this seat. Kill him. Blood Promise had already completely rampaged at this time. He felt anger from humiliation after being played. An exalted Origin Realm mighty expert was actually toyed by a Saint Sovereign Heaven in the palm of his hand. Disgraceful. When Blood Promise was enraged, the Blood Race army no longer hesitated. One terrifying attack after another came greeting Yi Yuan's body. Regarding this, Yi Yuan just smiled brightly. At this moment, he no longer suppressed his realm, allowing his aura to skyrocket at will. Yi Yuan's realm had already been suppressed for too long. Upon releasing it, a terrifying energy undulation instantly swept all around. Dozens of Saint Sovereign Heaven powerhouses were directly ground to dust by this surge of energy. Several true Sovereign Heavens were severely wounded too. As for those attacks, when Yi Yuan displayed his movement technique, they could not land on his body at all. Occasionally, a few were easily annihilated by this surge of energy too. Everyone was struck dumb with amazement. Why was the commotion so big when this guy broke through? Was true Sovereign Heaven broken through like this? As expected of Blood Divine Sun, the commotion of this true Sovereign Heaven breakthrough was also too great. But very soon they discovered that something was not right. Tao Tribulation came. Not good, my Tao Tribulation is here. This time, it seems very powerful. And my Tao Tribulation came too. What the hell? What is going on here? I'd clearly just transcended my Tao Tribulation not long ago. Why is it here again? It's Yi Yuan. This guy broke through to true Sovereign Heaven and directly brought down the true Sovereign Tao Tribulation. This is 5 Calamity Tao Tribulation. Really seeing ghosts. Broke through to true Sovereign Heaven and he directly brought down a 5 Calamity Tao Tribulation? In the Blood Race Army, cries of alarm echoed. Layers of tribulation clouds gathered on top of the Blood Race Army's heads. Furthermore, it gathered more and more. The Blood Race Army seemed to have contracted a plague, Tao Tribulation arriving one after another. Above the sky were densely packed. But it was as if all the tribulation clouds were centered around an incomparably massive tribulation cloud. That tribulation cloud covered the sky and blotted out the sun, emitting an aura that made people feel heart palpitations. Even when Blood Promise saw it, he had the jitters too. He was incomparably horrified in his heart. How could this brat summon such a terrifying Tao Tribulation? Right, this kid was a divergent cultivator. But divergent cultivators were also not up to this extent, right? How jealous did this guy make heaven? When Yi Yuan saw such power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching too. This time, it seemed like it was a little too over the top. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted slightly, looking above the sky in horror. Because the tribulation clouds started merging together. Those countless tribulation clouds were all merging towards the centermost tribulation cloud. The power of the tribulation clouds grew stronger and stronger, increasingly stronger. Over 100,000 blood race powerhouses, their complexions were practically all deathly pale. What kind of Tao Tribulation was this? 5 Calamity Tao Tribulation? 9 Calamity Tao Tribulation? None of them. Countless mixed together, already blurring the level of the Tao Tribulation. There was just one thing. This Tao Tribulation was very strong. Very strong. Everyone felt as if the God of death was currently descending. Feng Xiaotian also sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "Is this a character who suppresses an era? This is also too shocking, right?" Without any prior agreement, both sides' emperor realms stopped fighting. They were all looking toward the tribulation clouds in the distance with extremely shocked eyes. In fact, they had each retreated a lot, afraid of being caught up in the tribulation clouds. They also did not dare guarantee whether or not approaching it would call down Tao Tribulation. Which of the emperor realms present were not characters who stunned and they had experienced God knows how many Tao Tribulations. Their Tao Tribulations were all very strong too. But never had it been as shocking as today. One person transcending tribulation actually triggered more than 100,000 people to transcend tribulations at the same time. Then, the tribulation clouds of more than 100,000 people all gathered together, forming a large-scale tribulation cloud site. This was too crazy, too shocking. The corners of Blood Promise's mouth oviched slightly. He felt that he was somewhat powerless. These 100,000 over people would not really be entrapped to death by him, right? Judging from the terror of this Blood Divine Sun. It was not impossible. No wonder this guy could become the Blood Divine Sun. He was truly a breathtaking to the extreme character. Suddenly, Bloodprami's pupils constricted, a slight curvature appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said with a smile, Feng Xiaotian, such a terrifying Tao tribulation, you guess can Yi Yuan himself escape it or not? When Feng Xiaotian heard that, his expression changed wildly. Ha ha ha, Feng Xiaotian, you say, is this called playing with fire and burning oneself? I admit that Yi Yuan was very formidable. He even deceived a group of hegemons, becoming our blood race's blood divine son. But, if he can die, even if these over 100,000 people are buried in death with him, it's also worth it. Blood Promise also finally understood why Feng Xiaotian wanted to save Yi Yuan just now. Such a character could not die. To the Heaven One Alliance, he was hope. Therefore, looking from another point of view, Yi Yuan's death was even more important than capturing South Qi Giant City. One would not die if they did not court death. Now, this guy was actually courting death on his own. Over 100,000 people being buried with Yi Yuan did not seem to be something unacceptable too. It was just some saint sovereign heavens and true sovereign heavens. The blood race had plenty. They only needed 10 years, and the blood race would have another batch of powerhouses be born again. South Qi Giant City could be fought again. But, once Yi Yuan died, it would be tantamount to extinguish HI+ing all of Heaven One's hope. Under the tribulation cloud, someone as strong as Yang Qing also had a deathly pale face. This pressure was too terrifying. Right now, even if an emperor realm was here, they would probably have to die too. Why Yi Yuan, your father is getting killed by you. Just what the freaking H-E-L are you? This kind of freakish thing, you could call it out too? Yang Qing swallowed his saliva and said. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I also didn't know that it would become like this. Right at this time, countless bolts of tribulation fell crazily like it was raining. The aura that asphyxiated people fell from the sky. At this time, Yi Yuan had already mustered up his strength, planning to fight it out with this Tao tribulation. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Bang bang bang. Countless Tao tribulations fell, but miraculously, there was not a single Tao tribulation around him. But the power of the Tao tribulations around Yi Yuan was the strongest. Boom. Several hundred suns level of powerhouses immediately turned to ashes under the Tao tribulation. As for Saint Sovereign Heavens, G.O. D knows how many would die when one wave came down. Just earlier, Blood Promise was still roaring madly with laughter, laughing about how Yi Yuan was courting death. But at this time, his smile froze on his gaze, seeming extremely bizarre. What kind of jaw-dropping play was this? Chapter 2898. Bloodkins wiped out, unprecedented great victory. Chapter 2898. Bloodkins wiped out, unprecedented great victory. After being stupefied for a moment, Yi Yuan understood it. The power of blessing. After the tribulation clouds merged together, although the power was extremely strong, it was far less pure than before. This Tao tribulation was completely an indiscriminate attack. But, in the midst of these over 100,000 powerhouses, Yi Yuan's power of blessing was unleashed to the extreme. This was like aggro value. Yi Yuan's aggro value was virtually zero under the enhancement of the power of blessing. The aggro value of over 100,000 people directly drowned Yi Yuan out. The Tao tribulation could not find Yi Yuan at all amidst these over 100,000 people. Hence, this kind of bizarre scene occurred. Yang Qing, come to my side. Without waiting for Yi Yuan's instructions, he already scooted over at once. Really seeing ghosts. You're clearly a divergent cultivator. Why doesn't the Tao tribulation smite you? Yang Qing had a look of confusion. Enough C.R.A.P. Follow me. Finished saying, Yi Yuan arrived next to a true sovereign 100 sun with a lunge. Boom. The Tao tribulation landed, and that 100 sun turned directly to ashes. The power of the Tao tribulation around Yi Yuan was extremely strong. Even if it was a half-step emperor realm, they would not be able to withstand it at all too. The current Yi Yuan, it was like he was standing in the eye of the storm, where the eye was calm and tranquil, but the surrounding storm was extremely terrifying. Faintly in the unseen world, the Tao tribulation could sense Yi Yuan's position, descending frenziedly around Yi Yuan. But it avoided Yi Yuan. This was fun. Yi Yuan was like a bomb. Wherever you threw him, that place would become death. With another lunge, another large group of people died. Under the chaotic Tao tribulations, these bloodkins would not resist at all. In fact, they could not even achieve revival from a drop of blood. Yang Qing stuck closely to Yi Yuan and was completely unscathed. Seeing this scene, he was excited until he jumped up. Ha ha ha, interesting. Interesting. I didn't expect that Tao tribulation could still be overcome like this. People can be killed like this. All you ants, receive the punishment of heavenly Tao. Amidst the storm, Yang Qing discovered that he was safe and sound, and he immediately became invigorated. After taking a trip to the blood race, he also knew how cruel the blood race was. With regards to hatred toward the blood race, he was no less than Yi Yuan. Being able to kill bloodkins like this, he only felt incomparably invigorated in his heart. Don't come over. Ifuck. Arg. You go away. Uf**ker, hurry up and leave. Sniff, sniff, sniff. I beg you, don't come over. When those bloodkins saw Yi Yuan coming over, they were simply about to cry. When he came, it was equivalent to carrying a bomb. The crux was that after the bomb exploded, Yi Yuan was fine. What else could be more aggrieving than this? Bloodpromise's eyes went wide. This was simply freaking cheating. On what basis? More than 100,000 people were all transcending tribulation. On what basis did it not smite Yi Yuan? Was he not a divergent cultivator? Didn't Tao tribulation have extremely high aggro value toward divergent cultivators? Now, what the hell was this? Blood Promise had an impulse to vomit blood right now. Angering an Emperor Sakra heaven powerhouse to the point of puking blood, this was simply unimaginable. But he just wanted to puke blood right now. Blood Promise, what did you say just now? You look at this, is this called playing with fire and burning oneself? Blood Divine Son, His Highness suppresses an era. How could some mere true sovereign heavens and saint sovereign heavens kill him? Ha ha ha! Feng Xiaotian was delighted to the extreme. Although this scene was bizarre, when his own people saw it, it was incomparably liberating. He never dreamed that this hopeless battle would actually turn into such a massacre. Borrowing the power of Tao tribulation and slaughtering over 100,000 bloodkins. This was too wonderful. This feeling of pleasure was like having consumed some kind of nerve stimulant, making people feel like they were treading on air. Seeing Blood Promise's eyes that had collapsed, Feng Xiaotian felt too liberated. The power of blessing was the extreme medicine sect's highest secret. Outsiders did not know. But it was precisely because of this that everything became even more bizarre and unpredictable. A divergent cultivator, the Tao tribulation actually did not smite him? This simply subverted everyone's understanding. Heaven One's main camp, all the soldiers and generals were dumbfounded from watching, cries of marveling echoing throughout. This is also too impressive. It turns out that killing bloodkins can be so simple? Simple? Did water enter your head? If you have the ability, try doing it. Who cares whether it's simple or not? Your father only wants to yell right now. Ah. Yes, too excited. During the past over 20 days, South Chi Giant City was in endless darkness. Each of them spent these over 20 days like they were in hell. But, just now, they felt as if they had ascended straight to paradise. This kind of extreme experience was truly incredible until it was indescribable. They were excited to the extreme right now. A whole army of 200,000. They were wiped out just like that by a saint's sovereign heaven. They fought for over 20 days in countless battles of desperation and paid an extremely terrible price, before barely managing to wipe out 100,000 bloodkins. But Yi Yuan alone exterminated an army of 200,000 bloodkins. No idea how long had passed, said either. The tribulation cloud gradually dissipated, and the bloodkins under the tribulation cloud became fewer and fewer. In the end, not a single one remained. The blood race army of 130,000 was completely dissipated into the world, just like that. The whole place was deathly silent. After the excitement, everyone felt a hair-raising feeling. Today's battle was truly a divine stroke of art. A saint's sovereign heaven entrapped an army of close to 200,000 to death. This battle could absolutely enter the annals of history. Pfft! Blood Promise spewed out a mouthful of old blood, his entire aura suddenly withering significantly. This was truly anxiety striking the heart. The impact that today's scene-by-scene reversal dealt to his mind was too great. Honestly speaking, Yi Yuan piercing through South Qi Giant City all alone by himself. Blood Promise already acknowledged this blood divine son in his heart at that time. But who could have thought that the blood divine son was actually a human? This made him feel a setback of being played with. Counting the last time, he had already lost 300,000 troops in Yi Yuan's hands. Fighting with Heaven One these few thousand years, when had their blood race experienced such a terrible defeat before? In the past, if I could not win, I could revive. But this time, they did not even have the chance to revive. Over 300,000 elites were directly turned into nothingness. Kill! Just as the blood race Emperor Realm powerhouses' minds were in deep shock, an explosive yell suddenly transmitted over. Feng Xiaotian brought the Heaven One Emperor Realms and charged right over. An entire army was completely wiped out, their chief commander puking blood, and the blood race's momentum had already reached its lowest point. Even if they were all Emperor Realms, they also felt that life was murky gray at this time. Feng Xiaotian naturally would not let this chance slip by. Boom! Feng Xiaotian's fists emerged like the wind, blowing up an Emperor Cloud Heaven with one punch. Heaven One Emperor Realms had an unstoppable momentum. Blood Race Emperor Realms were dispirited and inert. This battle could not be fought anymore. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Blood Promise brought the remaining Emperor Realms and escaped frantically. Feng Xiaotian pursued at his heels, striking more than a dozen Blood Race Emperor Realms dead in a row. He only gave up after Blood Promise, and the rest escaped into the passageway. Everything had settled. Heaven One is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. Heaven One is mighty. Yi Yuan is mighty. In South Qi Giant City, thunderous cheers arose. This battle was won too beautifully. They could not suppress their emotions any longer and completely fell into wild ecstasy. Chapter 2899 A Rare Respite. Chapter 2899 A Rare Respite. When the news spread out, Heaven One seethed with excitement. Before this battle started, everyone fell into pessimism, believing that this time, South Qi could not stop the blood race anymore. Who would have expected that there would be a turnaround? The blood race's blood divine son was actually a human. Yi Yuan, this name, spread throughout the 108 cities again, spreading throughout the entire Heaven One. It was because this battle was Heaven One's unprecedented great victory. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I'll definitely think that this is a mythological story. A human actually became the blood race's blood divine son. Our Lord W.A.N. Jizwa is probably vomiting blood right now, yeah? Over 300,000 elite troops slaughtered in one go. Among them, the true Sovereign Hundred Sons and Saint Sovereign Hundred Sons of this generation were all killed. This battle was truly an unprecedented great victory. Magnificent! Magnificent! In South Qi Giant City, the people were excited to the extreme. Even if 3 months had said after the matter, this enthusiasm continued unabated. At this time, Yi Yuan had already become a peerless figure in their eyes. If he was not such a figure, how could he possibly create such an astonies? Plusing victory under such desperate circumstances? However, this battle was indeed an ill. Triumphant Yi Yuan deliberately brought the true sovereign 100 sons and Saint's sovereign 100 sons over in order to round them up in one fell swoop. This way, the elites of this generation were virtually wiped out by him. Those remaining were nothing to worry about either. This was equivalent to saying that the blood race had a disjointed generated for at least 10 years. During these 10 years, they could forget about any heaven-defying figure appearing. A 10 years period, it might not be much to heavenly stratum powerhouses, but to the blood race, they could create a large number of powerhouses. Without these top younger generation powerhouses, the blood race could not launch a large-scale offensive anymore. This battle had won at least several years of respite for the Heaven One alliance. South Chi's great victory had an extremely far-reaching impact. Not just South Chi, at this time, all of the Hegemon realm powerhouses were shocked by the news this time. When Hegemon Cloudmount received the news of victory, he was stupefied for a while. The Blood Divine Son was Yi Yuan? This was also too amazing, right? He knew about the blood imitation pill. He even personally examined Yi Yuan's bloodline before. With his strength, if he really wanted to examine carefully, he could still see through some inkling. However, it would take some effort. Just by relying on divine sense to examine, one would not be able to tell. Yi Yuan knew about this too. This blood imitation pill, if one really went to the blood race to play a supporting role, it did not pose much risk. But, if he was going to the blood G.O.D. temple, that risk was huge. In the blood G.O.D. temple, there were large numbers of Hegemon realm powerhouses. Yi Yuan was so eye-catching that it was hard to guarantee that no one would pay attention to him. This way, the risk was huge. Additionally, the Blood Divine Son could not be attained just by being Saint Sovereign number 1. This guy actually went on a trip to the Blood God Temple and became the Blood Race's WANG's successor. Impressive. Truly impressive. This sort of thing, forget about a measly little Saint Sovereign Heaven, even he, this Hegemon realm, did not dare to easily attempt it too. Not only did Yi Yuan do it, but it was also even accomplished by him, taking breaths away in astonishment. Inconceivable. He could no longer use words to describe his current shock. As for the other Hegemons, apart from envy, it was still envy. Was Yi Yuan's performance shocking or not? Of course. Yi Yuan had rendered amazing contributions the moment he arrived at Heaven One continent and even displayed a shocking talent. Even when Hegemon realms saw him, they were quite moved too. But his ident. 1. Tai as a divergent cultivator deterred the other Hegemons. A genius who was destined to not be able to step into Hegemon had no future. To Heaven One, if it was not a Hegemon realm, it was completely meaningless. They only needed Hegemon realms now. But now, Yi Yuan used his actions to slap their faces resoundingly. So what if not Hegemon? Yi Yuan did not need to become a Hegemon at all and rendered a contribution that made Cloudmount, you took in a good disciple. Divine Lord's voice came from inside the absolute heaven barrier, his tone full of complex emotions. In reality, when Yi Yuan rose up in Northern View City back then, he had been moved before too. But he still gave up. At this time, he was envious of Hegemon Cloudmount to death. With such a disciple, what more could one ask for? Ha ha ha, Divine Lord is too kind. A small matter, just a trivial matter. This kid is still far lacking. Youngsters mustn't be praised too much. Otherwise, they will become proud. He just broke through to the true sovereign heaven. After he enters the Emperor realm, it won't be too late to praise him properly then. Hegemon Cloudmount had a rare show of modesty. It was just that his showing off had filled the entire absolute heaven barrier. Those hegemons wished to attack together and smack this trumpeting fellow to death. But they were really envious. One had to know, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying performance did not just benefit Cloudmount. Extreme Medicine Sect's prestige already reached the peak at this time in the Heaven One Alliance. It was because Yi Yuan came from the Extreme Medicine Sect. With prestige, there would be more genius and more resources. Enough. Old fogey Cloudmount, that's about enough. Hegemon Blacksun said in a solemn voice. Old fogey Blacksun, you're jealous. Hegemon Cloudmount said smugly. Who's jealous? Just a divergent cultivator. Is it worth this seat to be jealous? You're jealous. Fine, I'm really jealous. Divine Lord smiled and said, forget about old fogey Blacksun, this Divine Lord is very envious too. The significance of this battle is too far-reaching. This great victory is sufficient to avert the influence of fellow Taoist edgeless demise to the lowest. At present, the true sovereign 100 Sons, Saints sovereign 100 Sons, have all fallen. This army of 300,000 is the most elite squad of the blood race too. They had all fallen. The blood race won't be able to launch a large-scale siege on cities for at least 10 years. Everyone, these 10 years are the golden period for our development. No matter what, we must groom 1 or 2 hegemon realms within 10 years. 10 years later, what awaits us will likely be an even fiercer war. At this moment, all the hegemons were shocked. Hegemons had never appeared in Heaven One before. This had a lot to do with the blood race's frenzied attack. All the hegemon realms were suppressed. They had no time to nurture new hegemon realms at all. Hegemon realm was far too difficult. But now, for 10 years' time, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Arg! At Blood G-Ro. D Temple, angry roars came out from the depths. A terrifying pressure teemed every inch of S.P.A.C. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa had completely rampaged. He personally gave the decree to let Yi Yuan become the Blood Divine Son. He had become a complete and utter joke. The successor that he personally chose was actually a human. Furthermore, it was even Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, Lord W. A.N. Jizwa was too familiar with this name. Ever since this name entered the Blood God Temple's field of vision, the blood race's smooth-sailing journey seemed to have become choppy. The Spatial PAS Sageway Plan, South Chi Giant Cities Plan, the plan to kill a hegemon. Every one of them was just a little bit away from success, but in the end it was all ruined in Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan, this seat is definitely going to tear your corpse to shreds and ground your bones to dust. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa had never hated someone so much before. Yi Yuan was the first. Too ironic. His, Lord W. A.N. Jizwa's, face was slapped over and over again by Yi Yuan. How disgraceful was this? An exalted hegemon realm, the blood race's king, was actually toyed with in the palm of a measly little saint sovereign heaven. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. Order the Dark Knight, mobilize origin powerhouses. They must kill Yi Yuan. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa's gaze was cold as he said. The corners of Yi Wugui's mouth twitched slightly and he said in a low voice, Lord W. A.N. Jizwa, please calm your anger. The Dark Knight has already suffered heavy losses in order to kill Yi Yuan. They can't be mobilized casually anymore. Otherwise, our hard work for these few thousand years will be forfeited entirely. W. A.N. Jizwa's entire body shook. Only then, remembering that in order to kill Yi Yuan, the Dark Knight had already lost dozens of Emperor Realm powerhouses. Vile S.P.A.W.N. Could this little vile S.P.A.W.N. be this seat's jinx? Yi Yuan. It was Yi Yuan everywhere. He suddenly looked at Yi Wugui and said in a cold voice, Yi Wugui, what the H.E.L. L are you doing? A measly little human saint's sovereign heaven could even hide from your inspection? This was venting anger. Yi Wuguei gave a sigh and said, W-A-N-Jizwa, this. He even deceived the mother stone. W-A-N-Jizwa's expression choked up, suddenly giving rise to a feeling of incomparable setback in his heart. Yeah, if not for the mother stone bestowing Yi Yuan the origin of blood, how could he give this order and slap his own face? What to do then? Blame the mother stone? The Lord W.A.N. Jizwa, who had uninterrupted success, actually felt at a loss on what to do currently. How helpless! Chapter 2900 Taking the Initiative to Attack. Chapter 2900 Taking the Initiative to Attack. Brother Clearcloud, long time no see. When Feng Xiaotian saw the arrival, he shouted with a smile. Dozens of Emperor Realm powerhouses came toward them, the commotion very huge. These people were precisely transferred over from the various sects. There were over 100,000 people who came to South Qi Giant City this time. The various major sects had virtually exhausted all that they had. The one in the front was precisely the Extreme Medicine Sect's Extreme Light Pavilion's head pavilion elder, Hegemon Cloudmount's eldest disciple, Li Clearcloud. This time, even he moved out too. Seeing Feng Xiaotian, Li Clearcloud also greeted warmly and said with a smile, Little Tian, your strength seems to have grown stronger again. It looks like you're not far from Hegemon Realm anymore. Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, Hegemon Realm is easier said than done. Brother Clearcloud's strength is immense. Aren't you lacking this opportunity too? Li Clearcloud was not of the cowardly faction. Many years ago, Li Clearcloud had fought shoulder to shoulder with Feng Xiaotian before. It was just that at that time, Feng Xiaotian's strength had not reached Emperor Sakra Heaven, and he was just a junior. But at that time, he was already a rising new star. Li Clearcloud's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, his expression somewhat strange. When Feng Xiaotian saw the situation, he was about to introduce Yi Yuan to Li Clearcloud, but Yi Yuan beat him to it and said, I pay respects to eldest senior brother. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted. Eldest senior brother? Wouldn't that be? Sure enough, Li Clearcloud gave a cold snort and got angry as he said, You, this fellow, you're also messing around too much. Do you not want your life any more? Although he was angry, the concern in his words was not only expressed in words but also on his face. Yi Yuan bowed and said, Eldest senior brother lectured rightly. Yi Yuan won't dare the next time. Only when Li Clearcloud heard it did his expression become slightly better. Feng Xiaotian looked toward Yi Yuan and said with a bitter smile, Younger brother Yi, you hid from this brother badly. It turns out that you're actually Ancestor Cloudmount's disciple. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Previously, it was also being compelled by circumstances. I hope that brother Feng can forgive me. But Feng Xiaotian sighed and said, Ancestor Cloudmount truly has discerning eyes like burning torches. His disciples are all Astonies. Hi plusing like Devis. Younger brother Yi even Serpa. Ses the ancients and amazes the contemporaries. Presently Yi Yuan's limelight was too strong. Over on the blood race's certain kill name list, he had likely long already ranked above Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, this status. Therefore, there was naturally no need to hide his ident. 1. Tie anymore as well. But, once it was announced, there was another uproar. Everyone's admiration for Yi Yuan spewed forth even more in an unceasing flow of words. As Hegemon Cloudmount's disciple, he could originally have cultivated in the rear with peace of mind. Body would have said any gossip. But he entered the enemy camp by himself, creating this unprecedented great victory. It was not up to the people of the world to decide not to admire. In the City Lord Manor, South Qi's upper echelons were all present. Feng Xiaotian said, with Brother Clearcloud holding down the fort in South Qi Giant City, this Feng's heart can finally be set at ease. These few years, South Chi Giant City's losses have been too heavy. Subsequently, we finally have time to hide our capabilities and bide our time. An unprecedented great victory also let Feng Xiaotian breathe a sigh of relief. He knew that a brief period of peace had finally arrived. During these few centuries, South Chi Giant City had never relaxed for a moment. The Blood Race's attacks continued uninterruptedly, not giving them any chance to catch their breath at all. Otherwise, South Chi Giant City also would not have been so arduous. Li Clearcloud also nodded and said, "Little Tian has fought hard repeatedly. I believe that you have considerable harvests too. This time, you can go into a closed seclusion and attempt to assault the hegemon realm. We desperately need a hegemon realm now." Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "I'm ashamed to speak of it, but while there were some gains, I still don't have a clue with regards to the hegemon realm. Others were trapped for tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years in front of this hurdle. Just how long did he take to assault the hegemon realm?" Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Brother Feng, eldest senior brother, I feel that now isn't the time to rest yet." Li Clearcloud frowned and said, "Little junior brother, what do you mean?" Yi Yuan said, "Now that Heaven One had a great victory, Giant Net City is empty. It's precisely the perfect opportunity for us to strike. If we miss it this time, I'm afraid there won't be an opportunity like this anymore." The Emperor Realm powerhouses present all sucked in a breath of cold air. This big shot's words were really bent on shocking people to death, taking the initiative to attack. It had been several thousand years. This was something that the Heaven One Alliance had never thought of, but it came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. Feng Xiaotian's pupils constricted, greatly stirred. But very soon, he suppressed this impulse. It was too risky. Li Clearcloud frowned and said, "Little junior brother, I know that you've rendered a contribution without equal, but aren't you being too overambitious and unrealistic by wanting to take the initiative to attack? It's true that we won a fight, but the Blood Race isn't some random Tom, Dick, or Harry that can be casually needed. The Heaven One Alliance can't afford to mess around anymore." These words were already somewhat heavy, but the people present all thought so. It was just that these words were more appropriate for Li Clearcloud to say. This time, the various major sects had virtually swarmed out in full force. These people were the final elites of the sect. If these people suffered losses, Heaven One would really not be able to resist anymore. Furthermore, the Blood Race's terror was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even a powerhouse like Li Clearcloud was extremely apprehensive of them too. For thousands of years, they had always been in a situation of being passively beaten. Taking the initiative to attack? You have got to be kidding. The Blood Race could afford to lose, but we could not bear the loss. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly, "In order to kill Hegemon Edgeless, Hegemon Eugene is also seriously injured. At this moment, he's at Giant Net City. Giant Net City's true elites have already been slaughtered by me. Those remaining are nothing to fear. After a series of great battles, Giant Net City's Emperor realms have suffered heavy losses too. Now, with eldest senior brother holding down the fort, we have new forces joining too. The Blood Race totally won't expect that we will launch a surprise attack on Giant Net City. If we're lucky, it's also not impossible for us to kill Hegemon Eugene too. Eldest senior brother, the opportunity can't be missed. An opportunity missed won't come again. Slay Hegemon Eugene." These words made everyone palpitate with excitement to do it. That was a Hegemon realm. If they killed a Blood Race Hegemon realm, that would be a contribution without equal. But could this really work? The Heaven One Alliance had not gone out of the absolute heaven barrier for several thousand years ago. This resulted in everyone having an instinctively fear of beyond the absolute heaven barrier. But Yi Yuan's Lysis still moved them immensely. They knew that Yi Yuan was the blood divine son. He knew the situation of the blood race very well. Do it or not? Why don't we ask Divine Lord His Excellency for instructions? Li Clearcloud said hesitantly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Divine Lord won't agree. This is the last of Heaven One's cards. He won't take this risk. But this risk is worth taking. Furthermore, the blood race won't give us much time. Giant Net City is extremely important to the blood race too. They will definitely mobilize forces to replenish the lack of troops over here. We can only seize this time interval. Eldest senior brother, Brother Feng, if we don't kill a hegemon, our victory is completely meaningless. So what if there are 10 years to catch our breaths? It's merely eking out a meager existence. After 10 days, the blood race will still stage a comeback. The chance to kill Eugene is only this one time. If we miss it, it will really slip by. Chapter 29:01 Suppressing a City. Entire Army Sudden Raid. Chapter 29:01 Suppressing a City. Entire Army Sudden Raid. This was the Heaven One Army's first time going out of absolute heaven in thousands of years. With 100,000 soldiers, each carried a feeling of novelty and even more a strong sense of pride. We are the first batch out of absolute heaven. It turns out that outside of absolute heaven, there is such scenery. There were many among them who even had tears run down their cheek. It's been more than 5,000 years. I finally set foot in my homeland. Sniff sniff. Thank you so much, Master Yi. A true sovereign heaven prostrated down to Yi Yuan, shedding tears of gratitude. He went to the absolute heaven barrier back then and originally thought that he could never hope to return to his homeland again. He did not expect that today. He actually went out of absolute heaven. The absolute heaven barrier was a powerful barrier. It blocked the blood race's iron's hoofs, but did it not block countless Heaven One martial artists too? All along, there were large numbers of blood race troops stationed outside of the Pa-S sageways. But, after South Chi's great victory, there were no more bloodkins outside of the Pa-S sageways. Only then did they have the chance to go out of absolute heaven. An army of 100,000 went forth in mighty contingents, Hi+ing until they were under Giant Net City. The blood race was stunned. Did South Chi's people go mad? Blood Promise stood on top of the city walls. Looking at Feng Xiaotian, he laughed loudly and said, Feng Xiaotian, is your head spoiled? To actually dare come and invade Giant Net City? Feng Xiaotian said coolly, Blood Promise, today is your hour of doom. Blood Promise laughed loudly and said, All right, bring it on. This seat wants to see what you'll use to kill me. Giant Net City did not have a city-protecting grand array. But it was naturally impossible for the blood race to not have any methods when they built a giant city. In reality, the materials used to build Giant Net City were all specially manufactured by the blood race. Once there were enemies that came to invade, it could erupt with formidable power and could even cut down emperor realms. The power was not the slightest bit weaker than a grand array. This thing was called the Light of Blood Eye. Blood Promise, you piece of trash, this liege is here. Why haven't you knelt down to welcome me? Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Seeing Yi Yuan, Blood Promise's 2 eyes turned red at once. It was true that when 2 enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. How many losses had he suffered at this guy's hands? By the side, City Lord Sumu even had monstrous blood energy surging to the sky. Wisconsin H.I. +ing to tear Yi Yuan to shreds alive. His good friend, Bloodsword, was killed because of a word from Yi Yuan. At that time, he only felt that having offended Blood Divine Son His Highness, he was helpless too. However, who knew that this fellow was actually Yi Yuan? Younger brother Bloodsword, you died so unjustly. Pfft! Blood Promise spurted out a mouthful of old blood once more. In this Giant Net City, he had been humiliated by Yi Yuan several times. Now, this guy actually still came to anger him. Yi Yuan, you dare go out of the absolute heaven barrier? This seat will definitely kill you today. Blood Promise's 2 eyes were bright red as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Trash is trash. You're nothing at all in my eyes. Eugene, you killed our hegemon Edgeless. Today I'll have you repay a blood debt in blood." At this time, Eugene was standing on top of the city walls too. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, he immediately understood in his heart. The Heaven One army came for him. A hint of a sneer surfaced at the corners of his mouth. This bunch of guys was also underestimating Hegemon Realms too much. Hegemon Realm, even if it was a seriously wounded Hegemon Realm, they were also not what a bunch of ants could provoke. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "All right, this seat is waiting for you." Blood Promise even laughed mockingly and said, "Reckless and blind thing. You really think that having become the Blood Divine Son, you're very impressive? Hegemon realms are existences that you cannot imagine." "Oh, is that so? Then I'm coming. Attack the city." Suddenly Yi Yuan roared. Over 100,000 troops rushed in like a swarm of hornets. A hint of a cruel smile already flashed across the corners of Blood Promise's mouth. "After the light of Blood Eye erupted, it will be considered pretty good if half of your 100,000 strong army can survive. Emperor realms will have to die in swathes too. This is your final trump card, right? If all of them died here, will those hegemons be in a lot of pain?" Thinking up to here, Blood Promise and Eugene were both incomparably delighted. South Chi's great battle was seriously lost too oppressively. However, they never dreamed that the Heaven One army actually ran over on their own accord to seek death. One had to know, right now there were still 300,000 troops in Giant Net City. Although these people were much worse compared to those elites, under the help of the light of Blood Eye, it was still more than sufficient to finish off these 100,000 Heaven One elites. In reality, just the Saint Sovereign Heavens and True Sovereign Heavens within the jurisdiction of Giant Net City, the numbers already reached as high as several million. But Heaven One's raid was seriously too sudden. Giant Net City did not have time to summon everyone to join the battle at all. Presently, there was only a standing army of 300,000 in the city. However, it would suffice. Feng Xiaotian took the lead, bringing a group of Emperor Realms and Rus. Hi+ing straight for Blood Promise. The 100,000-strong army also rushed toward the top of the city walls. Right at this time, Giant Net City erupted with a BLOODY light that rose to the sky, giving people a hair-raising feeling. An Astonies Hi+ing crisis welled up in everyone's hearts. But their speed did not reduce in the slightest. Because Yi Yuan told them that they did not need to be scared. They should count on him for everything. If someone else said these, they would definitely turn their noses up in disdain. But with Yi Yuan saying this, they believed without a shadow of a doubt. This person had created an unprecedented great victory and created countless miracles. Not believing in him, who else could you believe in? When Blood Promise saw this, he laughed loudly and said, "A bunch of fools, could it be that Yi Yuan didn't tell you guys that Giant Net City has the light of Blood Eye? Die fools." However, a figure jumped up onto the top of the city walls first. Following that, an even more terrifying aura directly erupted. This was Origin Blood Energy. Its degree of terror made even the Bloodkins shudder. Then, the terrifying light of Blood Eye actually directly retreated. When Blood Promise saw this scene, his 2 eyes could not help going black, nearly fainting. Even Hegemon Eugene's pupils constricted too. F***ck me. The light of Blood Eye completely did not dare to erupt in front of the blood origin that the Mother Stone bestowed. The light of Blood Eye was directly suppressed back by the origin aura that Yi Yuan erupted with. In reality, Yi Yuan already sensed this light of Blood Eye at Giant Net City. This light of Blood Eye was actually about the same as Heaven Absolute Blood Emperor cities. It was just that the light of Blood Eye here was much weaker. Yi Yuan had once attempted to slightly release a hint of blood origin aura. As a result, these light of blood I feared him like a tiger. At that time, Yi Yuan determined that his origin of blood could suppress Giant Net City's light of blood eye. Giving thanks to the Chaos Bloodstone, this wisp of blood origin was really useful. Pfft! Blood Promise spurted out another mouthful of old blood. He felt like he was almost dying. Mother Stone, don't scam your descendants like this. Isn't this killing people? In reality, even Hegemon Eugene also did not know how strong the blood origin in Yi Yuan's body was. At least, Hegemon Eugene was unable to suppress the light of blood eye. But Yi Yuan could. It was because the origin of blood in his body was the most fundamental and purest origin of blood. One had to know the entire blood race was created by the Mother Stone. In Blood Promise's heart, a myriad of curses galloped across. The blood race was actually scammed by the Mother Stone. When the Heaven One army saw the light of blood eye being suppressed, their imposing momentum skyrocketed significantly. Feng Xiaotian and the rest of the Emperor realms were wildly ecstatic too. Honestly speaking, they more or less still had some misgivings before this. The blood race's methods were impossible to guard against. But now their misgivings were all gone. Looking at Blood Promise's expression, everyone knew that he was extremely surprised too. The Blood Divine Son was indeed different. Yi Yuan was really the savior that Heaven sent to save Heaven One. Impressive. Hegemon Eugene's gaze turned slightly dark. He was going to take action. Although seriously injured, it was still not a problem to deal with the likes of Feng Xiaotian. But right at this time, a figure landed not far from him and said coolly, "Eugene, your opponent is me." Chapter 2902 Creating Another Shocking Victory. Chapter 2902 Creating Another Shocking Victory. Li Clear Cloud? You actually haven't died under the Tao tribulations. Hoo-hoo, just the likes of you also want to kill me? Eugene looked at the arrival, full of disdain. He naturally knew Li Clear Cloud. In reality, the two had fought many times. But in the end, Eugene was still one step ahead, stepping into Hegemon Realm. Li Clear Cloud was still blocked outside the door of Hegemon Realm until now. With regards to Li Clear Cloud, Eugene was naturally disdainful. Li Clear Cloud said coolly, "If you were at your prime, I'm naturally not your match. But since you're seriously wounded by the absolute heaven barrier's power, this is a decent opportunity to kill you." Eugene said disdainfully, "No matter how seriously injured, this seat is a Hegemon too. You, a trash who can't even reach Hegemon, want to kill me too?" Li Clear Cloud said coolly, "Wouldn't you know after trying?" Finished saying, Li Clear Cloud pointed a finger. The power of origin came rolling in. The terrifying pressure made everyone's expression change drastically. Among them, it naturally included Eugene. He had a look of horror as he said, "9 origins? You actually comprehended 9 origins?" Li Clear Cloud ignored Eugene's horror and pointed a tyrannical finger at Eugene. "Divine ability, 9 absolutes life-seizing finger." Eugene was horrified, blood energy in his body surging to the sky, desperately wanting to stop this finger. The composure just now had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a look of alarm and fear. Boom. The BLOOD. Light on Eugene's body directly had a large hole punched through by Li Clear Cloud. His entire person being pierced through this finger was fearsome to the extreme. It was also Yi Yuan's first time seeing Li Clear Cloud attack. It was truly breathtaking to the extreme. This was probably the number 1 person under Hegemon, right? Is this a divine ability? Indeed amazing! Presently, I have the power of origin in my body too. I wonder if I can comprehend a divine ability or not. Yi Yuan looked at Li Clear Cloud, who was practically poking a hole in the sky. His thoughts could not refrain from flying elsewhere. Divine abilities were the martial techniques used by Hegemon realm powerhouses, the power formidable to the extreme. Although Li Clearcloud was not Hegemon realm yet, he comprehended 9 origins. His strength could virtually rival some of the weaker Hegemon realms already. For Yi Yuan to dare come and kill a Hegemon, his greatest reliance was naturally Li Clearcloud. However, not all Hegemon realms could comprehend a divine ability. Divine abilities were somewhat similar to the true spirit race's innate divine abilities. It was just that origin powerhouses needed a lucky chance to comprehend divine ability. Hegemon realms with divine abilities, their strength was naturally a great deal stronger than Hegemon realms without divine abilities. Li Clearcloud already grasped a divine ability in the origin realm. It truly took everyone's breath away. When Feng Xiaotian saw this scene, he also muttered, "That's a true divine ability technique. Once Brother Clearcloud enters Hegemon realm, he'd likely be able to instantly kill same-rank Hegemons. Impressive. Impressive. That's a divine ability? How strong. Shattered a Hegemon realm with one finger, really too impressive. Heh, today's battle, we're destined to shock the world." Swaz. H. Plus a surge of blood light rose to the sky. Eugene was going to escape. Li Clearcloud laughed heartily and chased after with a lunge. It was only to hear extremely terrifying fighting sounds coming over from the horizon, making people quake in their boots. And over here, it was virtually a one-sided massacre. Blood light shone brightly on Yi Yuan's body, charging into the army all by himself, akin to a no-man's land. His thick ACCU mulations erupted. After breaking through to true sovereign heaven, he charged to peak lower true sovereign heaven in one stroke. Under grand completion true sovereign heaven, few were his match. When Yi Yuan was still only upper Saint sovereign heaven back then, he was already invincible in Saint sovereign heaven. Now, he was naturally even more powerful, and he drained 2 blood pools in succession. His bloodline power was already strong until it was incapable of further increase too. Under a punch, even if it was a true sovereign heaven, they would be directly one-shot too. With him around, the fights below Emperor Realm seemed to go much more smoothly, especially since this 100,000-strong army was Heaven 1 Alliance's elite martial artists to begin with. As soon as the army arrived, they swept away all obstacles in the way. It was the Emperor Realm fights that appeared a little worrisome. But at this time, Feng Xiaotian similarly had an unparalleled divine might, fighting until Blood Promise vomited blood repeatedly. Just as Yi Yuan expected, after consecutive battles, the Blood Race's Emperor Realms had similarly suffered heavy losses. But on Heaven 1's side, many new fresh blood were injected. On the Emperor Realm's side, it was still Heaven 1 who occupied an absolute advantage. The conclusion seemed to already have been destined, while at this time, in the absolute Heaven barrier, the Hegemons had lost composure. Receiving the news that came over from South Qi Giant City, Hegemon Cloudmount was virtually going nut. This little scoundrel, is he mad? The power of the Light of Blood Eye, even Emperor Realm powerhouses can't withstand it too. He led this 100,000-strong army. Isn't it going to court death? Moreover, no matter how injured a Hegemon realm is, that's also a Hegemon realm. Li Clearcloud, that be, A-S-T-A-R-D, actually accompanied Yi Yuan to go crazy together. It's angering this seat to death. Hegemon realm Cloudmount let loose a torrent of abuse. This bunch of guys actually directly went out of the absolute Heaven barrier without even giving any heads up. The previous victory was by relying on the power of the city protecting Grand Array. Did these D.A.M. things really think that they were invincible under the heavens? Humph. Old man Cloudmount, fine disciples that you've taught. It's fine if they die, but if this army of 100,000 is lost, your extreme medicine sect will become a sinner. Hegemon Blacksun's voice came over. Hegemon Cloudmount's face turned black, but this time, he surprisingly did not rebut. Divine Lord was full of anxiety as he said, This battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory too. Many people have never experienced the prowess of the Light of Blood Eye. With the enhancement of the Light of Blood Eye, Giant Net City's 200,000-strong army will become ferocious savages. This time, Feng Xiaotian and Yi Yuan are really messing around too much. Hesitating for a moment, Hegemon Pinespring said, Master, little junior brother was once the blood race's blood divine son. He should understand the blood race's tricks a little. Perhaps he has a way to deal with the Light of Blood Eye? Hoo, Light of Blood Eye, even if it's us hegemons, we can only forcefully destroy it too. It can't be suppressed at all. Can he, a measly little true sovereign heaven, really overturn the heavens? Hegemon Blacksun said with a cold smile. What Brother Blacksun said is right. Yi Yuan has indeed created many miracles, but this time, it's too reckless. I heard that going out of absolute heaven this time was him strongly +ing for it. How preposterous! Another hegemon said. In my view, Yi Yuan has probably let the consecutive victories get to his head. Right now, he probably already doesn't even know what he's surnamed, right? Blood Divine Son, what a great The group of hegemons was extremely furious at this time. South Qi Giant City actually went to attack arbitrarily without even giving any notification. It was simply not showing them, these hegemons, any respect. Over 100,000 elites. Once they died at Giant Net City, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Facing such a stance, Hegemon Cloudmount felt tremendous pressure too. These few days, he really showed off to the extreme. Who knew that in a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan sold him out? Furthermore, Li Clearcloud, this scoundrel, actually accompanied Yi Yuan, a little fellow, to mess around. Right at this time, a figure sped over from the horizon. Giant Net City Great Victory. Giant Net City Great Victory. Hegemon Eugene was killed. An Astonies. in Great Victory. Chapter 2903 Hegemons Shocked. Chapter 2903 Hegemons Shocked. Eugene is dead? Divine Lord muttered to himself, and did not come back to his senses for some time. The absolute heaven barrier that was still kicking up a great fuss earlier instantly became quiet. Hegemon Blacksun even felt his face burn fiery hot. Just now, he condemned Yi Yuan the hardest, Wisconsin +ing to go down in person to smack Yi Yuan to death. But now, Eugene was actually dead. This was the first blood race hegemon realm that died since the absolute heaven barrier was established. This significance was too great. Dead. Dead until he can't be deader. Hegemon Eugene died, Blood Promise escaped with heavy injuries, killed more than 30 blood race Emperor realms, and 130,000 people below Emperor realm, while we only lost less than 3,000 men. This battle's result is even more glorious than South Qi's great victory. Zhang Feihong's entire body trembled agitatedly. When he received the war report, he thought that he had heard wrongly. This was too miraculous. Originally, South Qi's great victory was already a battle result that he could not imagine. But this time, a hegemon was actually killed. Killing a hegemon, the significance was extraordinary. Forget about 300,000 troops. Even if it was 30 million troops, 300 million troops, it could not match up to a hegemon realm in importance too. How many Saint Sovereign Heavens did the blood race have? In a giant net city, there were 8 million taking part in the 100 Suns battle. 3 continents, Saint Sovereign Heavens were calculated in hundreds of millions. But, among so many Saint Sovereign Heavens, not a single hegemon realm could emerge too. One had to know, in these few thousand years, the blood race merely produced 5 hegemon realms too. It could be seen how much importance a hegemon realm held. Now, a hegemon realm had actually fallen. How could Zhang Feihong not be agitated? Divine Lord felt that even his breathing had become ragged. A powerhouse like him, What kind of violent storm and wave had he not seen before? But this time, he was really shocked. Less than 3,000 people died? How is this possible? The blood race's light of blood eye is comparable to our city protecting Grand Array. As so few people actually died? Divine Lord felt that his worldview had been completely subverted. Zhang Feihong said agitatedly, Yiyuan obtained blood origin from God knows where. The moment his blood origin activated, the light of blood eye was directly suppressed. Then it was a massacre. Li Clearcloud faced off against the heavily wounded Eugene, fought fiercely for a day and night, and finally cut him down. When all the hegemons heard it, it was as if they were listening to a book from heaven. Blood origin. Directly suppressed. You have got to be kidding. Where did he get blood origin? Furthermore, even if there's blood origin, it can't suppress the light of blood eye too, right? Divine Lord felt that his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. Zhang Feihong smiled bitterly and said, About this, I don't know. Your Excellencies had better go ask him personally. Ha ha ha! Before Zhang Feihong's voice faded, Hegemon Cloudmount's unbridled laughter spread out. Too satisfying. Just earlier, he even had the thought of running to the blood race to go and risk his life. Who would have thought that there would be a turnaround? His two disciples actually gave him such massive good news. Hearing Hegemon Cloudmount's laughter, the other hegemons shut up sensibly. This face-slapping was too freaking resounding. Just now, everyone was berating Yiyuan bitterly, saying it like Yiyuan was a fool who was overambitious and unrealistic. In the end, they were slapped wildly. Overambitious and unrealistic? Try killing a hegemon realm by being overambitious. You all, this bunch of fellows, you wished to drown your father in spittle just now. Now, do you have a feeling of getting slapped in the face? Which of your father's disciples aren't talents that shock the world? Forget about your disciples. You people assume heirs every day. Have you killed an hegemon realm before? Amen? Sending troops out of South Chi, sweeping across Giant Net, satisfying. Satisfying. Ha ha ha! Hegemon Cloudmount felt refreshed to the extreme. Wisconsin HI plus ing to slap the faces of the others. It was just that he had forgotten, just now, he had rebuked Yuan and Li Clearcloud too. However, there was already no one who cared about this. All the hegemon realms were shocked by this shocking great victory. It was still Yiyuan's first time entering the absolute heaven barrier. He could not help marveling in amazement. Combining the power of dozens of hegemon realms, this absolute heaven barrier was truly built with superlative craftsmen. HI plus P, its power boundless. If not for the hegemons intentionally letting him in, even if it was an origin powerhouse, they would be ground to dust by this power too. Suddenly, one illusory figure after another appeared around him, instantly giving him enormous pressure. Dozens of hegemon realms, what kind of terrifying power was this? Although, in reality, these were all a wisp of clones from the hegemons. Yiyuan felt that even the Li Clearcloud and Feng Xiaotian next to him, their expressions became unnatural too. Hegemon realm and Emperor realm, the gap was too big. Yiyuan swept a glance, 63 hegemon realms. This should be all of Heaven One's strength. Ha ha! Terrific lad, you really gained face for master. Well done. Beautifully executed. Cloudmount immediately let out a loud laugh when he saw Yiyuan. The expressions of the others all seemed rather unnatural. Yiyuan smiled and said, Eugene was killed by eldest senior brother. It's him who gained face for master. Li Clearcloud shot Yiyuan a glare and said, Don't give me that. Could it be that I, this eldest senior brother, can still SNATC H credit with little junior brother? It was you who advocated it strongly, mobilizing forces out of South Chi and attacking Giant Net. It was also you who suppressed the light of Blood Eye, sweeping away all under Emperor realm, that I could cut Eugene down. If he relied on the light of blood I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. This was like Blood Promise attacking South Chi in the past. Feng Xiaotian could resist 3 to 5 origin powerhouses by relying on the power of the Grand Array. Eugene was a hegemon realm powerhouse to begin with. If he relied on the power of the light of blood I, blockingly Clearcloud was still a cinch. Listening to these two apprentice brothers declining modestly, the other hegemons had indescribable feelings. Consecutive great victories, the limelight had all been SN. ATC head away by Cloudmount's lineage. This fellow was really like the noonday sun currently. Bringing up a hegemon realm, an origin powerhouse who could kill a hegemon realm, and also, an even more monstrous one that ran to the blood race and became the blood race's blood divine son. This was too demoralizing. Alright. Your contributions, the Alliance will naturally make a judgment. Don't need to argue anymore. Yi Yuan, this lord asks you, what's the deal with your blood origin? Divine Lord asked. Mentioning this, Yi Yuan's face revealed a hint of solemnness. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression changed, the other hegemons also felt a chill run down their back. After Yi Yuan finished talking about the Chaos Bloodstone, the expressions of the hegemons all became solemn. The joy of the great victory was also swept away clean. What replaced it was deep worry. They thought that the blood race's strongest person was W. A.N. Jizwa, who knew that the blood race was actually born from a Chaos Bloodstone. Judging from what Yi Yuan described, once this evil stone hatched, it would surely be a calamity. Hegemon Cloudmount looked at Yi Yuan and only said after some time, "You brat, you're really messing around too much. Do you know that you're treating your life as a joke?" Although Yi Yuan played it down, what kind of character was Hegemon Cloudmount? How could he not know the dangers involved? This Chaos Bloodstone was the mother stone of the blood race. Its power could be seen at a glance. Playing schemes with this thing, it was equivalent to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any slip-ups and that would be a fatal consequence. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The arrow was notched on the bow and have no choice but to release it. Such a massive secret, how can it do if I don't personally go and take a look?" Although it was a little dangerous, there were some harvests when all things were considered. This wisp of blood origin rendered a great contribution. The group of hegemons was speechless. A puny little saint sovereign heaven actually conned a trace of blood origin from the blood race's mother stone. Too freaking impressive. Divine Lord mused for a moment and said, "Yi Yuan, can you let this lord take a look at this blood origin?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly, the origin of blood in his body suddenly erupting. The expressions of all the hegemons instantly changed. Divine Lord's pupils constricted, and he cried out in surprise, "This! What pure power of origin! No wonder you can suppress the light of blood I. This Chaos Bloodstone is too terrifying." Those present were all hegemon realms. They were too familiar with the power of origin. They had fought countless times with the blood race's powerhouses and similarly understood the origin of blood extremely well. But, even if it was W.A.N. G's power of origin, it was also not as pure as this wisp. This was the real origin power of blood. Looking at a leopard through a tube to see only one spot, they were able to imagine the horror of that Chaos Bloodstone. Once this Chaos Bloodstone is born, that will surely be the disaster of all the heavens. How can there be such a monstrous thing in this world? The blood race has really concealed things so deeply. Hegemon Chaos Bloodstone said with an emotional sigh. The other hegemons nodded one after another. They felt pressure too. But, following that, it was deep helplessness. They were powerless to change this situation. Yi Yuan said, "Seniors, if my guesses are right, W.A.N. Jizwa will definitely request the Chaos Bloodstone to take back this wisp of blood origin. I came here to request everyone to take action and help me to suppress this wisp of blood origin." Also, just nice, everyone can take this opportunity to gauge the Chaos Bloodstone's strength. In reality, Yi Yuan also did not know the Chaos Bloodstone's strength. He only knew that it was very strong. But just how strong, his realm was too low, and he was unable to perceive it at all. But these hegemons could gauge it. Chapter 2904 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Chapter 2904 Chaos Bloodstone makes a move. Peak Showdown. Lord W. A.N. Jizwa exploded once more. His roar spread throughout the entire Blood G.O.D. Temple's S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan. 2 words seemed particularly grating on the ears. Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. Giant Net City was leveled to the ground. This was really a slap to the Blood Race's face. For thousands of years, when had the Blood Race suffered such a miserable defeat before? What was even more damning was that Yi Yuan relied on the origin of blood to suppress the light of Blood Eye. That was how he attained an unprecedented great victory. This was really a joke. The Mother Stone acknowledged Yi Yuan and bestowed Yi Yuan the origin of blood. Then Yi Yuan used the origin of blood and ravaged the Blood Race, eliminating hegemon Eugene. This victory was simply a huge irony. W.A.N. Jizwa's face burned fiery hot. He hated it. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually really dared to lead the Heaven One army to raid Giant Net City. But what could I do? Can I go and tell the Mother Stone, "You idiot, you picked the wrong person. Isn't this courting death?" But now, it was out of the question if he did not go. Yi Yuan's existence was a huge latent danger. He had to tell the Mother Stone that it was wrong. After calming down, W.A.N. Jizwa held fidgety emotions as he stepped into the void. The beating of the heart was still going strong. W.A.N. Jizwa took a deep breath, a faintly discernible undulation transmitted out of his body. This was W.A.N. Jizwa's communication method with the Mother Stone. Suddenly, that powerful beating suddenly stopped. The entire void S.P.A.C. was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the entire Blood G.O.D. temple started trembling. What is going on? Is the sky going to fall? In the Blood G.O.D. temple, many people did not know the inner reason and started panicking. And those Blood Race core powerhouses, each and every one had solemn expressions. They knew that the Mother Stone was enraged. W.A.N. Jizwa knelt down before the Chaos Bloodstone, breaking out into a cold sweat. The pressure that the Chaos Bloodstone gave him was too great. He knew that this was the consequence. The paramount Mother Stone was actually blind. How humiliating was this? Even Lord W.A.N. Jizwa trembled with fear in front of the Chaos Bloodstone. That puny little saint's sovereign heaven actually cheated it of its origin of blood. To the Chaos Bloodstone, this was unprecedented humiliation. That ant-like little fellow? Too weak. It could turn him to ashes with a thought. But it was such an ant that actually conned him of a trace of blood origin. No idea how long had passed. Said either, the Chaos Bloodstone finally quietened down. The originally crumbling void actually started to be repaired. An intangible undulation transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone. W.A.N. Jizwa groveled, another series of fluctuations transmitting out, recounting the entire matter of Yi Yuan. The Chaos Bloodstone fell into silence. Clearly, this little fellow surprised him greatly. However, no matter how formidable, he was also just a little fellow. In front of absolute power, any schemes were all futile. Suddenly, a drop of blood essence floated out of the Chaos Bloodstone. It was precisely that drop of blood essence from Yi Yuan's body. When W.A.N. Jizwa saw it, he could not help being overjoyed. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A series of blood-colored light halos transmitted out of the Chaos Bloodstone, entering that drop of blood essence. W. Jizwa had an excited look. Killing Yi Yuan had practically already become his top priority. Once the Mother Stone made a move, that punk absolutely could not escape. This drop of blood essence was the hostage. What was laughable was that Yi Yuan actually dared to hand his blood essence over to the Mother Stone. Using this drop of blood essence, the Mother Stone would be able to deal a backlash to the original body, directly killing the other party. But 1 breath, 10 breaths, 100 breaths Paas said. The Chaos Bloodstone did not have any activities. What the hell did killing a true sovereign heaven need so long? Bang! That drop of blood essence exploded, instantly turning into nothingness. The Chaos Mother Stone that had already calmed down became enraged again. Jizwa had a stunned face. What was going on? The Mother Stone could not kill Yi Yuan? An undulation spread out and Jizwa instantly understood. This drop of blood essence was not Yi Yuan's. Jizwa could not help drawing a breath of cold air. This was too inconceivable. Yi Yuan used other people's blood essence to Paas himself off? Furthermore, it actually even worked. What kind of existence was the Chaos Bloodstone? He knew all too well. A powerful existence capable of creating a race was absolutely an existence that saw through all life penetratingly. But it was actually deceived by a little fellow who did not even reach the Emperor realm. Of course, if he knew that the wisp of Tao sword that Yi Yuan left behind was currently lying dormant in the Chaos Bloodstone quietly, he would definitely be even more shocked. Another ripple of undulation spread out. Jizwa roused himself again. There was still the origin of blood. The blood essence was not Yi Yuan's, but the origin of blood was given to Yi Yuan. Clearly, the Chaos Bloodstone was truly enraged. A powerful origin power came off from it, directly Paas, sing through the void and reaching into the distance. Far-reaching, unrestrained, but with boundless power. It's here. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly spewing out a mouthful of blood mist. That force had not arrived yet, and he already felt a boundless pressure. The expressions of the hegemons instantly changed. Too strong. Is this the power of the Chaos Bloodstone? There's actually still such a terrifying existence hidden in the blood race. Too scary. Divine Lord's hair stood on end, feeling enormous pressure. So strong. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? What an evil power. Once this thing is born, I'm afraid that the entire 33 heavens will be plunged into despair. This power of origin was tyrannical to the extreme. The Chaos Bloodstone stopped concealing itself. It also had no need to hide anymore. The origin of blood was already bestowed on Yi Yuan. The Heaven One's various races naturally knew about his existence too. Within Yi Yuan's body, that wisp of blood origin was already eager to cause trouble, virtually breaking out of his body. Once it emerged, it would definitely blow his entire body up. On Yi Yuan's body, his skin started splitting apart, blood mist spurting out like it was free. What are you still in a stupor for? Still not making a move, Yi Yuan is going to die. Hegemon Cloudmount roared, a boundlessly powerful origin power flooding out crazily, directly injecting into Yi Yuan's body. The others also abruptly startled awake, one powerful origin power after another directly firing into Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan only felt that there were countless powerful gases within his body that were currently circling around crazily. These powerful gases were like one bomb after another that could blow him into smithereens at any time. One power of origin after another suppressed the origin of blood. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's body had already become a battlefield. The battlefield for the group of hegemons and the Chaos Bloodstone to wrestle with strength. This was completely dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep and Yi Yuan would die until not even dregs remained. This was a soundless battlefield. It would not shock the heavens and make the earth quake. but it was absolutely dangerous to the extreme. Very soon, the Chaos Bloodstone's power of origin suddenly descended. That feeling was like a giant battle's. H.I.+P. had covered the sky and blotted out the sun as it descended. It was as if the end of the world had come. Yi Yuan's two eyes went dark, almost fainting away.